Corte Madera Town Council meeting for Tuesday, July 19th, and also Sanitary District Number 2. We had a closed session before this evening's meeting. We have nothing to report from that closed session. So, Rebecca, would you call the meeting to order, please?
Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Condon.
Here.
Councilmember Lappert.
Here.
Vice Mayor First.
Here.
Mayor Bailey.
Here. Very good. Would you please join me in the salute to our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Thank you. Okay, I'd like, before we get into this evening's agenda, we have an incredibly full agenda this evening. And I'd like to rejigger it if my fellow council members are willing to indulge me in this just a little bit. One of the things, and I'll ask for a motion to allow this to go forward, what I'd like to do is to move the town manager and council reports to the end of the agenda, along with the consent calendar to the end of the agenda, and go right into the business items after we do our presentations. And furthermore, to just do a slight flip, but since I think we have at least one of our young citizens here today who's going to help us with a presentation, and he also will be a part of that item. If we could do that first, as well as out of respect for, I think, a couple of council members from neighboring jurisdictions, so just flip business item 7.2 with business item 7.1. And those would be the changes I would.
7.3.
Did I three and two? You're right,
7.3 will be
7.3 would
first.
go into 7.1, that's right.
So 7.3 would be first.
Correct.
Okay.
Is anybody
I-
willing to make that motion?
I would move for that.
Second?
Thank you, thank you.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes, thank you, by the way. Okay, so now we have an open time for public discussion. These are for matters that are not on our agenda this evening. If anybody would like to talk to the town council and to the public about a matter that's not on the agenda, please step forward to the mic. You've got 3 minutes. Introduce yourself and say what you like. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. I'm sorry? Sorry, Patty. I'm trying to move things along because we've got so much on tonight's agenda.
Patty Stolier, age-friendly Corte Madera, Casa Buena Drive. Just want everybody to know that the Rotary and age-friendly are combining on this Saturday. So if you have any items that need done at your home, and if you're over 60 and you live in Corte Madera, it can be done free. So just call age-friendly Corte Madera for those little to-dos, 480-9758. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Patty. We appreciate that. Anybody else from the public? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to our presentations. The first item we have is a letter from our Vice President, Joe Biden, congratulating the town of Corte Madera on its Centennial celebration. I understand we have the famous Rhett Crowett here to help us with this reading. Rhett, would you help us with that? This letter is dated July 19th, 2016, from the Vice President.
Dear Mayor Bailey.
Oh, I'm sorry, and this is also, could you state your name for the record then, please?
Ansley.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Dear Mayor Bailey, it is an honor to join you and your fellow residents in celebrating the 100th anniversary of the town of Corte Madera. This is a truly special milestone. As you know, America's cities and towns play a defining role in our political process, founded on the principle of serving the men and women who live within their boundaries. Our cities and towns embody the spirit that makes our country great. Corte Madera has made substantial progress and has witnessed periods of great change in our nation's history. Yet it has maintained the spirit of community and cohesion that has long remained the backbone of America. You know better than anyone that this is because of the exceptional pride its residents share in their community and for each other, a pride that will continue to strengthen Corte Madera in the years to come. Again, congratulations on celebrating your centennial year. I wish you all the very best in the many years ahead. Sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
So thank you both. That was outstanding. We're grateful to you for helping us with that. Okay, moving on to, we have a second presentation. We have our Congressman, Jared Huffman, by the way, thank you very much, who did a brief video for our town, congratulating it on its centennial as well. And if the town will indulge me briefly, here we go.
Hi, I'm Congressman Jared Huffman, and I am so fortunate to have the beautiful city of Corte Madera in my district and right in my backyard. Although I'm not able to join you in person today, I want to thank you for letting me celebrate this momentous occasion with you here this afternoon, at least through this video message. And I want to first extend a very heartfelt congratulations on reaching 100 years. The community of Corte Madera has so much to reflect on, to be proud of on this anniversary. And I want to take a moment to thank those that came before us, who built such a beautiful and vibrant community, and those of you who continue that work today. Among your many achievements, I hear Corte Madera recently achieved the World Health Organization designation as a member of Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities. Congratulations on this accomplishment. It's just one of many examples of the steady progress happening all over Corte Madera. Now, I've been to Corte Madera thousands of times, and one thing that I've always loved about this city is the amount of pride that everyone takes in the community and how passionate volunteer groups are there in Corte Madera building community all the time, whether it's through the Corte Madera Women's Club, Lions Club, the Community Foundation, or the town band. I always appreciate how invested everyone is in making the community an even better place to live. So, I hope you will take this weekend to celebrate your progress and your many accomplishments. Cheers, and happy birthday, Corte Madera.
Great. Okay. So we're very grateful to the Congressman for taking the time to film that for us. Okay. All right. We don't have any public hearings tonight, so we're going to move on to our first business item, in which was formally numbered number 7, Roman numeral 3, consideration and possible action to approve a supplemental appropriation to fund the Yellow Bus Challenge program for the Reed Union School District. David, I think you're, go ahead.
I
right.
would like to announce that I will be recusing myself. I live in the Reed District in East Corte Madera, and my daughter takes the bus. Considering that this item is about a subsidy to reduce the prices of the bus passes in order to increase ridership, I feel the need to recuse myself so that there is no perceived conflict of interest. So I will be in the kitchen. Come get me when it's over.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Now, it says David on here, but I thought we had our friends from Tiburon and Belvedere coming to talk to us.
Well, we do have our friends, and with Vice Mayor first, he pretty much explained what we're doing, so maybe it'd be best just to turn the mic over to Belvedere and Tiburon,
Welcome.
the esteemed mayors.
Jim, could you identify yourself for the record?
I will. Good evening. I am Vice Mayor Jim Fraser from Tiburon, and with me tonight is Claire McAuliffe, who last year was mayor of Belvedere and has now been promoted to a council member in Belvedere. And doubled her salary, I should add. And I'm here tonight, as I was last month, to talk to you about the Yellow Bus Challenge. I would also like to thank Mayor Bailey and the council for allowing us some time on your agenda, and also congratulate Corte Madera for the celebration of their 100th year. Quite an accomplishment. We're a little bit behind you, but we'll try to catch up in a few years. We just celebrated our 75th a few years back, so we got a few years to go. As you may know, this past year, Belvedere, Tiburon, and the Reed Union School District formed the Tiburon Peninsula Traffic Relief Joint Powers Authority Yellow Bus Challenge. And we did that to come together as a group so that we could effectively manage and efficiently lead within our communities a new program, or if you will, a continuing program that we started this year to help our children get transported back and forth to school at a reasonable cost, and at the same time reduce traffic on all of our major thoroughfares that lead parents in their cars to and from Bel Air, Reed, and Del Mar. We're also here to acknowledge some of the successes that we achieved. We achieved those with the help of Corte Madera last year when you contributed to the Yellow Bus program. As you may know, we've reduced travel time on some of the main arteries by over 40% as a result of removing cars from the road because children are now on buses. This past year, we sold over 1,329 one-way passes. Corte Madera represents about 15 of those purchases for the school year 2015-2016 that was just concluded. Our municipalities, Belvedere, Tiburon, as well as Reed Union School District, contributed as did Corte Madera in funding the program for 2015 and 2016. We did it together. In addition to having children on bus, we created some new communities within our neighborhood. Because what we find now is parents are gathering at bus stops, introducing themselves to each other, bringing a cup of java with them, and having a bit of a conversation. And also we're finding on the buses, and I rode the buses last year. They asked us to ride the buses just to get a feel for it. And what we find is the kids have their favorite seats. The kids know their bus driver. The kids create a little bit of community themselves and start networking early, both to school and on the way back from school. So we think we've done some great things, and we want to continue those. Now, before Claire and I ask you to approve our request for your continuing $25,000 support of our program for the 2016-2017 year, I'd like to highlight a couple of the changes we've made based on the learning experiences we had this past year. There's a new management team in place, Marin Transit. We've got Marin Transit, as you know, who does manage the local transit for all of Marin County, to form a team and oversee the management of the bus program for Reed Union School Districts, Mill Valley, by the way. And I'd like to say they looked at us and said, hey, if Tiburon and Belvedere can do it, maybe we can do it too. It's got a new program this year, and Marin Transit is going to help manage their program. And they're also going to manage the Ross Valley School District program. In addition, what we've done is we have developed a new application. Now, some parents last year were a little frustrated by, where's the bus? Well, now we're going to have a real-time program called Find My Bus that parents and students will have, and they can simply look at their app and see where the bus is to know whether it's on time, early, or perhaps a few minutes late. And in addition to the 7 buses that we have this year, we have a reserve bus, because last year we did have some problems. As happens, buses break down. Somebody or a driver may call in sick, but this year we think we've solved that problem too. But with an extra bus on standby, if we have a bus that's incapacitated, and that on standby will be a local parking lot that we'll have in Marin County. These buses are not going to be coming from Richmond. We're going to park the buses in Marin County, so their access to our school district is much quicker and much more effective and efficient. But if one bus breaks down, we'll have an 8th bus to call on. Year-to-date bus pass sales for the Corte Madera area are tracking at 67% of capacity. Our tracking for overall capacity is 59%. So clearly we can see once again that the families and students in Corte Madera are desirous of having a good bus program, and we've improved it again this year, and they're ahead of the pack in terms of sales. The County of Marin has also joined in this year by giving us $37,000 to help us with the funding of the bus program. And as you can see from the support letters that you are in your information packet tonight, Mark Levine, Mark Levine, Mike McGuire, and Catherine Sears have supported us and are asking Corte Madera to support us in our initiative tonight. So we hope that when Claire comes up and gives the final seal of, would you please approve our approval request tonight, that you'll say yes and join us once again in a successful program for your community, for your children, and for all our communities together. Claire?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. My name is Claire McAuliffe. I'm the current city council member for the city of Belvedere, and I've just joined as one of the board members for the JPA. And it's been a real pleasure and a learning experience for me to see the phenomenal work that's been done by everybody, including Corte Madera, to make this bus program a success for everybody on the Tiburon Peninsula. There's no question that the traffic has improved for people coming over from Corte Madera to the school district. The ridership is up, and the level of support at the state, county, and local level is unquestioned. As you know, Corte Madera made a very generous and critical $25,000 gift last year to this program. We need $25,000 again from Corte Madera to continue this program. As you know, it's been a proven benefit to you. You've heard that from the ridership, from all of the social issues, the The article in this morning's IJ, I think, I hope all of you had a chance to read that, and it really captured some of the most community-oriented aspects and benefits of this program. I think that cannot be underestimated for any of us who are in a position of leadership in our communities. I think it's quite important. I know that you are going to repeat this statement of support for this program. I don't think that Corte Madera would be too happy to be the only entity that's not contributing, especially in this, your 100th year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the respect that you both show us by coming here to our meeting in person. Thank you. Is there any questions for either Claire or Jim before we open it up to the public? Of course, go ahead.
Jim, how many passes did you say were purchased by Corte Madera residents?
Well, I don't have, let me just check. I don't think I have a year-to-date number. Well, sorry? But yeah, it's 50, well, it's 50, year-to-date it's tracking at the same level as yesterday, which is 1,500. I mean, so 15%, and year-to-date we have sold, hang on, let me find my notes. I think that's correct, 165 passes, correct. And that's 15% of the year-to-date total.
And how many were Corte Madera?
Last year we sold 1,329 passes, and Corte Madera represented 15% of those. And we're tracking at the same rate on a year-to-date basis.
15%
of the total sales year-to-date, and total sales year-to-date are 1,114 passes. And Corte Madera has purchased 165, which equals 15%.
Oh, okay, that's what it was, 165. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Yeah, where do you stand in terms of setting up a permanent funding source for this program?
John, that's an excellent, James, that's an excellent question. Catherine Sears and I had a meeting and talked about this. We've got Mark Levine engaged, and we also have Mike McGuire engaged, because we realize that we need to look at a bigger picture. Not only, and you know, now we've got 3 municipalities working with Marin Transit to manage the program. We need to look at a much bigger picture. And so one of the first orders of business for the new JPA is to, at my suggestion, form a subcommittee to get together with Catherine, maybe Mark Levine, and maybe Mike McGuire, and figure out how do we do this, and also the folks at TAM. How do we tap into a greater source, not only for our municipalities, but maybe for the whole county? So it's a work in process.
Okay, so we should expect a third annual request next year.
James, I don't know exactly what to expect. What I hope is, I don't think there's a silver bullet that all of a sudden is going to fix the problem. But what I am committed, and what the JPA is committed to doing, is finding another avenue to tap into. And is that sometimes the process of doing that takes a little bit longer than you think. But now that we have, if you will, some aggregate strength, Tiburon, Belvedere, Reed Union School District, together, we think we have a little more horsepower. And we also have, as Claire said, the full support of the county, the full support of the legislature, at least from the representatives, Mark Levine and Mike McGuire.
I would just add one thing to that, and that is, as the school bus program in Tiburon Belvedere has gotten more and more apparently successful with the reduced rates, donations are coming in. People are sending money in. People want to know how to participate and how to help in this. I mean, the first year, the goal was just to get the program going.
Right, it's a
And so,
prototype.
right, and so now we've shown that it's successful 2 years in a row. So now we're going to turn to external fundraising. Yeah. Yep.
Claire, or Jim, what is the metric by which we will know next year if this has been a successful year?
Well, I think, in past sales, we have a target, and that's on the budget that's in your packet. And two, I think if we exceed past sales, and I think we will, because what happens is that parents talk. And we got a little bit of a, geez, this program's working, but it's not working quite as well as we would like. We had some buses that didn't make it last year on time. We had parents frustrated at bus stops. We had our men and women in blue, the chief and Todd probably knows about this, the chief and the assistant chief were out in their police cars driving kids to school because they were left at the bus. So we were on top of it, but that's not the way we would like to have all the children delivered to school if we all get to school. Being on time, having better information from our parents, the word will spread.
If I might suggest, we have a parent here tonight who's been very active in this, and maybe you could give him a few minutes to say
Of course.
hello. Just to answer questions.
Well, I think we're going to open it up to the public now anyway.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, though, Clarence. Thank you both. Any other questions, Michael? Okay, please, anybody, Carl? Would anybody from the public like to have something to say? Okay.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Carl Crowett. I live at 74 Sonora Way. When I came to the meeting a month ago, we assumed that everybody on the council understood this as not necessarily the right thing or the wrong thing to do, but the best path forward to solving traffic congestion. I believe that we've lost sight of the fact that our metric is to reduce traffic. We've got all these great things, community, kids on the bus, environmental things, all that stuff. But the metric, Mayor Bailey, is to reduce traffic. We've cut commute times 40% at peak morning hours. In afternoon, 35%. You have all this data in your packet. Somebody asked a question about can we expect this again next year? Expect, I don't know. But I do know that Supervisor Katie Rice this morning sent a letter to all of you which says that I'm committed to find long-term funding solutions for providing this important service for our children and communities. In your packet is a letter from Mike McGuire, from Mark Levine. Okay? I want everyone to please stay focused on the goal. This is not a school thing. This is a traffic problem. We're solving a traffic problem. Paradise Drive, traffic reduced. Marin Country Day School, 13 buses. Over 80% of their students ride the bus. Why? Because they have buses. I hope that answers, does that answer your question about the metric?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then lastly, I want to know that I have taken, obviously this is personal to me. Those of you that know me in the community know that I'm politically active on 4 issues, and one of them is the environment and climate change, specifically for traffic congestion in Marin. I'm working closely with our elected officials to be the activist to get state and county funding, not just for here, but to move this to the state. So when you say, can we expect this again? I would expect that you would stand next to us as leaders to say, help bring school buses back to the entire state of California. And when we have letters from Vice President Biden or President Obama for the leadership of a town like Corte Madera, this is where it begins. And that's the heart of Corte Madera. It's an investment in traffic congestion, getting cars off the road.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would call that an investment in traffic decongestion.
In solving traffic congestion. The metrics, again, I believe that 30 to 40% metrics are the ones you should measure. Meaning if commute times today are X, if you can reduce them by 30 to 40%, that is the measurable metric that we're going for. And we exceeded that in Tiburon.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public would like to speak to the challenge?
Wait a little. You forgot your words, right?
Brett, would you mind stating your name for the record, please?
Good evening, council members. My name is Rhett Crowett.
Thank you.
I am 8 years old and I'll be a 3rd grader at Bel Air next year. Thank you for supporting the school bus challenge. I like riding the bus because I can play with my friends. I like riding the bus because sometimes I want alone time after school. We learn about global warming and climate change at school. I like riding the bus because it's good for the environment. My dad says that you can be part of the problem or part of the solution. I'm proud to live in Corte Madera because we're part of the solution. Please vote yes to make the Yellow School Bus Challenge even better. So next year we can say, "Gone with the traffic. My name is Rhett and I give a damn."
Thank you very much. Okay, before I close up public comment, let me just mention one more thing, which is that we did receive, for those of you who may not have seen the packet, 3 letters from elected representatives. The first one is dated July 13th. It's from Senator Mike McGuire, writing in strong support of the Yellow School Bus Challenge. The second one is dated July 12th, 2016. It's from Assemblyman Mark Levine, who's also writing in support of the challenge. And both of them wrote very nice letters. And thirdly, a letter dated July 12th, 2016 from Kate Sears, our supervisor, Sears, I should properly say, again, acknowledging, thanking the town, and writing in support. And with that, if there's no more comments, I'll close. Peter, are you getting up to talk?
I am.
Okay.
Peter Chase, Montecito, Planning Commission member. So the reason that I decided to stand up is that we're looking at projects that require additional busing efforts made within the design of the projects. I think it's important at this point that we at the commission level ensure that we allow for the addition of busing, and however it gets started by homegrown methods such as this, or the town decides to create some method with commercial interests in some manner down the road, we have to create the opportunity for buses. As much as it's painful in the out-of-pocket expense, at some point that will change, and there will be funding sources. As you guys have seen, that the town Public Works Department can go out and find money once you've got a program working, but at least I think we have to prepare for and anticipate and create the opportunity for bus systems in the town to a greater degree than we have now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And thank you, everybody, for being quick with your comments. Anybody else? Okay, closing public comment, then I'll bring it back to the council. Who would like to go first? Okay, Jim?
I'll let you guys go first.
Oh, all right.
Oh, okay. I think that there's terrific merit with the program. I have a couple of questions insofar as finances go. First of all, I know that on our agenda, we have an issue to spend money for a crossing guard. And so I see the necessity for that because I live in the area. I see the dangerous situation that is there right now. So at any rate, I wanted to know, number one, if there's enough money in our general fund to be able to get a crossing guard, which I feel is critical right now, as well as to support the Yellow Bus Challenge. Another thing is, too, that I think it is a super idea. I believe in buses. My kids all got buses to school. But we need a program like that in Corte Madera for our Corte Madera schools. We've got on Paradise Drive in the morning over 1,000 children on Paradise, going to the schools on Paradise Drive. So if you think you have it bad on Tiburon Boulevard, you ought to see it on Paradise Drive in the morning. And so at any rate, I think that we need to really kind of have this idea spilling over into Corte Madera, that we need a program like this. And so do we have enough money to support that? Plus, look into initiating a program like this over in Corte Madera. And lastly, that I was going to bring up later is that on Prince Royal, the Prince Royal and Paradise Drive is a really dangerous intersection right now. And so I was hoping that we could see in the near future something like the flashing lights that we have on Golden Hind and Paradise Drive, and or a crossing guard. But we need a lot also. And so I just want to see if we can't, if there's enough wealth there that we can spread it amongst all of these situations.
You know, before we go on with our deliberations, I'd like to ask David a question. Have you analyzed about the availability of town funds to pay for these various things? And do you have a comment about the school bus challenge?
Well, we could spend a lot of time talking about our financial position, which actually we will later on in another item on this agenda. But we're operating with a deficit in the general fund. I indicated that in the staff report, just short of $4 million. So when you ask, does the general fund have enough money, I think it's better to say, do we have cash on hand, rather than say, does the general fund have money? Because if I answer that, I have to say, no, we have a deficit in the general fund. But again, I don't want to get too much into that. If you got more questions on that, we'll have George, I'll direct them to George, but we do have cash on hand.
Okay, for the benefit
I'll answer it that way, and hopefully that helps.
You know, it doesn't really help the decision-making, but I appreciate the answer nevertheless. I should say, for the benefit of the public who may not have had a chance to look through the agenda, you should be aware that when we are considering this $25,000 request, we are being presented the same night. I don't know if it's coincidentally or smart to have done it the same night. A consideration for sand for the town playground for somewhere to cost of between $3,000 and $40,000. A request of to the school district for an additional $16,000 for a crossing guard, the $25,000 for the yellow school bus program, and an additional allocation of $16,000 from a fund that we've set aside for the Centennial Committee to have sort of an art weekend. So we are aggregating a fairly substantial low six-figure request this evening, all in. Not that doesn't mean it's not they're not all or part worthwhile, but it's part of the decision-making process. Okay, thank you, David. Jim or Michael?
Oh. Okay.
Jim, are you avoiding talking for some reason here?
I'm biting my tongue as hard as I can.
I've already made my feelings about this heard, but let me see if I can make it more succinctly. Right now, what we're spending is $152 per pass, which I could get Uber to drive all of these kids to school for much less money than that. So, I know that's unfair, but that's what it is. You know, it's what it is. It's ridiculously high amount of money for us to spend to drive 152 people to school. When we're talking about the problem and whose problem it really is, and this is what it comes down to, and it's always been a problem with me, is that the schools build, reconstruct, add, delete, change their plant structures, the schools and the amount of students that are allowed in there, completely on their own. They do not come to us for our opinions on anything. In fact, it costs us money in the end. They built the school on the Cove School, and then were inundated by a flood because of improper engineering. We have the world's greatest engineer here, and nobody asked him his opinion on anything, but yet we spent a lot of money and time to fix the problem. So I would be a lot more amenable to helping if I was part of the original problem, but I'm not. All of a sudden it's dumped on us when it suddenly realizes that there are a lot of kids that have to go to school. Granted, yes, I understand the population increased, the school had to increase, but if all of this would have been brought to us so we could at least talk about it, we would have said, well, what are we going to do about the traffic? That was not asked. So it's done, and then the problem then is given to us to deal with, and we're going to be dealing with the crossing guard and all the rest of it. I'm going to tell you something, and I feel very strongly about this. All we're doing is subsidizing people that want to drive their kid to school alone in the car. We're just making the roadway a little bit more open so they can zip there faster. I'm gonna go back to what I said before. If you're a single-person passenger car going to school, you should be paying for the privilege of doing that. Not putting it on a 75-year-old guy or woman in her home to have to pay for it out of general fund. That's unfair. That is unfair. The user should pay. The user should pay. This is sort of what we do with our planning department, our building department. You come to us for, you want to build something, you pay. You pay the fees, you pay for and you get it done. In this case, everybody who's not in school is paying for it, and it's given to us as a, well, if you don't do this, then traffic is going to be bad. Don't you want your traffic to be better so that you can? That's a very weak reasoning. The people that should be paying are the ones that are using the system, and they are in the sense of 152 passes. They've made the move, and I applaud that. My child would be on a bus as well. I believe in bus service. But I see their lineup of cars. I see the giant SUVs with one driver on a cell phone and a child in the back waiting to be driven to school. That's the problem. That person should be paying for that privilege. That person should have the ability, or should be told at the beginning of the school year when they register their child, are you planning on driving your child to school? Are you planning on doing it alone? Okay, no problem. You're welcome to do it. It's going to cost you $152 for the year. End of story. But instead, it's on us. So I'm just going to go back to that. We need to let the school, and by school I don't mean the parents of the school necessarily. I mean the trustees, the board of directors, or the people that make decisions at the school, that when they do these kind of programs, there are consequences that they have to address, and not just hand them over to us to take care of it. So, I'm going to just kind of lay back as the vote is taken in, but I have to tell you right up front, and I told you this when you first came to us, we needed a metric, and the only metric I've heard is we reduced traffic by 40%. I have no idea how you came up with that number. I have no idea. I'm sure it was, I don't know how it was done, but I know about traffic studies, and they're very expensive to do properly, and I have my suspicions that perhaps, well, anyway, I'll leave that as it is. I'm very much against this. If I'm having to look at this again next year, I got to tell you up front, I will fight it. I will not allow this again. If we come to the last minute here on this thing, you presented it at the last minute, you showed up at our meeting, and I'm going to defer to the fact that you're heartfelt in your ideas on this thing, but I'm completely against this system where we pay, or the citizens pay, citizens who have nothing to do with the problem in the first place. That's it.
Mike, would it be helpful to you to have a greater explanation about how they came up with the 40% traffic reduction?
I asked for metrics, I asked for something when it first came up, and we've received nothing.
Well, we received a figure. You
Yeah.
felt like that was insufficient. Would it be helpful to get an explanation of?
No, it would not be helpful.
Because you disbelieve the
I
figure?
just don't, well, no, it's not because I disbelieve them, it's because I don't think the people that are suffering the most by this thing are paying properly for it.
No, I get that
Yeah.
part. What I'm talking about is I agree that we asked for a metric and we got some hard numbers, but if you feel like the numbers are a facade or not real, then
Well, that's a little harsh, but-
get to the bottom of that. You know what I mean?
I think most definitely in fiscal year 17-18, I'm going to tell you something, I'm going to need to see, and I don't know, what do these cost? What does it cost to do a traffic impact study, Dave? We do it all the time we're talking about some serious dollars here to do it right.
It's not cheap.
It's not cheap, and I don't think that it was spent for this.
Yes.
If it was parents with clipboards and clickers, I don't know if that's a traffic impact study.
Well, it's typically an origin and destination study, and you see
Yeah.
who's going where, and what happened before, and what
Right.
happened after, and you compare the two.
Will it help tonight? I don't think so, because, we're at the final hour here, so, I'm really, really hesitant to send people home now in defeat. But I just want to be very clear about us, the town of Corte Madera, spending money to rectify a problem caused by an entity that never comes to us for our opinions on anything. And does it without building permits, does it without any plan checks, without anything, and then suddenly we have to deal with it. I would be much more willing to, oh, wow, we really screwed up. Yeah, we looked at the plans, we didn't take that into consideration. We didn't have anything to do with it. Suddenly it pops up, and there you go, now deal with it. I really have a problem with that.
I get that. Hang on, Carl, let me get Jim, and then you can weigh in. Is that all
Okay,
right?
I had a question
Oh, for who?
for Randy.
Okay, go ahead.
Randy, I have a question. Being that there are 150-ish bus passes that are being sold in Corte Madera, is this subsidizing giving this program $25,000? Is that a gift of public funds?
So, in analyzing that issue, the question is always whether the legislative body has determined that there's some public purpose to be served by that. So, if there's a reduction in traffic, if there are other public purposes to be served that this body recognizes, then of course going to grant substantial deference to that. So, I think it's not difficult to find public purposes that would be served by the subsidy in this case, and therefore I don't think it would be a gift of public funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
I'm very ambivalent about supporting this year because
Jim, is your mic on by any chance?
I believe so. Mainly because I expect you to come back next year, and you aren't going to have a solution next year. So you'll be back the following year and the following year. And then I look at the income levels of the, if you go on census data, you can look at the median income levels for the Larkspur Corte Madera School District. It's about $103,000. The Reed School District is $129,000. If you look at the portion of Corte Madera that is getting the subsidy, they're at $130,000. But there are other parcel groups in Corte Madera that aren't benefiting from this, and their incomes are like $80,000 a year. So basically, we're taking money from thems that got, or thems that don't have, and subsidizing the more prosperous part of town. And if I thought you had any sort of plan for a permanent solution whereby the beneficiaries of this program would eventually fund it, I'd feel a lot better about supporting it. Have you thought of doing an additional parcel tax in the Reed School District for bus service so that the beneficiaries of this service can actually pay for it, as opposed to asking the whole rest of Corte Madera to subsidize this one little piece of town. But also, I know that we need bus service in Corte Madera. You can go out Casa Buena in the morning and you see families walking along the side of the street where we have no sidewalks, and they get to dodge cars that are barreling down Casa Buena heading towards the freeway. When the kids walk home in the afternoon, they get to dodge cars leaving from a late lunch at one of our local restaurants. So I do believe our school systems need some sort of bus service available to them. And if we kill the program this coming year, we aren't going to be able to turn it around. So I'm very conflicted, but I would seriously urge you to come up with a permanent funding source by next year. And I think next year, if Michael's still here, there's likely to be 2 votes against this. So.
Thank you. I mean, I agree that we do need a long-term solution, and Michael, I continue to agree with your view about how those who are abusing the privilege, it would be nice to somehow figure out a way to make them absorb it. But that's not really what we're being presented with. Yeah. We have an operational problem that we can solve, and there's an opportunity to solve it. And what's unusual about the solution being presented is that there's an innovative, creative thing that's being put forward by multiple elected representatives to solve a problem that is not really their responsibility, but which they've done in sort of a good effort to try to just take on a challenge that isn't even really theirs. I think it's part of what we do. It's something you do a lot, Michael, and that I always respect about you. It's something that we have here is we're taking on a problem larger than ourselves. I try to teach my own son that the definition of being a man is to take responsibility not just for yourself, but those around you. So we have an opportunity to take responsibility for something like 2 problems which are immediately realized in as a benefit to not just the school bus children, but to the entire community. And that's traffic, and that's the related property values. So we have an opportunity to begin to chip away at those, in particular at the traffic problem, which is the single biggest problem that I'm asked about all the time at like every public everything. What are we doing about the traffic? This is a concrete, specific, immediate thing that we can do to begin to chip away at it. I mean, maybe it only takes, an incremental amount of cars off the road, but they're off the road. We're also teaching those children how to conduct themselves in a way to not be a part of the continuing problem. I agree with the idea. There needs to be a way to stop those who are causing it, but at least we can do something to better the situation. What's unusual about this program is it's also collaborative. What I like about Belvedere and Tiburon and the county and us, and frankly some of the other jurisdictions, is we're all like working together for something that's actually worked for a couple of years. How many public programs of any kind ever work, right? The other thing is, since I've been on the council, I realize, granted, less than Carla and Jim, when have we ever had a program where not only, I'm sorry, I meant to say Michael and Carla.
I'm a newbie.
When have we ever had a program where not only do we have 2 sitting council member representatives in front of us, but we have a letter from our local assemblyman, a letter from a supervisor, and a letter from our senator?
I don't care about any of those guys. I don't care about them. The real leadership is in this little tiny level we're at. The rest of these guys are politicians. We're just working
Yeah,
snobs.
that's political what they're doing. That's completely political.
I believe they're at least trying to do the right thing.
They're trying to make sure we stay elected.
Okay.
Okay, question. If we were to say this to Tiburon, that we're going to get started with a new bus service that's going to really help relieve the congestion on Paradise Drive. But we need $25,000 to have it work. Would you want to
Maybe,
contribute?
Carla, that's a hypothetical that's not in front of
rhetorical
us.
question.
We have a specific, well-thought-out program with an explicit request that we can do something about
Call
this
the vote.
second.
They're going to get the money. Give them the vote, that's it.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank Christ.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Rebecca? Oh, did anybody second?
I'll get,
What did you say?
He made a motion.
I made a motion.
I didn't hear what the motion.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
That's all I heard. That's what I heard.
Jim, would you state explicitly what you were moving?
Yes, I'm moving that we approve $25,000 to provide a subsidy for the Yellow Bus Challenge.
Thank you. Is there a second? Come on, guys. Really?
I'll second it for the last time.
Thank you, Michael. Rebecca, would you call a vote, please?
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First. Mayor Bailey.
Yes, very good, thank you. Should we get Diane?
Yeah.
All right, let's call the next item. Business item 7, Roman numeral 1. If I could ask your cooperation and please clearing as quickly as possible. Thank you. Are we good? All right, so business item 7.1. Consideration and possible action to approve a supplemental appropriation for procurement of sand for the Sandbox at Town Park Playground. Report from our Director of Public Works, Kevin Kramer. Kevin? Can I have this one? Or is it yours?
Okay, so several weeks ago, somebody vandalized the Sandbox at Town Park. When we went out and looked at it, there was no way to remove just the glass, so we had to remove all the sand. And in order to reopen the playground, we had to put something in that sandbox, and we weren't able to get any sand in a timely fashion. We closed the playground for several hours, only to find that people weren't adhering to the signs, and they were climbing the fence and using the playground anyway. So I decided, it was a Friday afternoon, I decided to put the engineered wood fiber, which is what we use in the rest of the playground, as a fall attenuator. And after doing that, we opened the playground, and I started investigating buying some more sand for it, and the usual quarries that I went to would no longer certify it as dustless. And one of the requirements when we opened that playground in 1999 was that the sand was certified as dustless, and the engineered wood fiber was certified as splinterless and dustless. So I chose to leave the engineered wood fiber inside the sandbox, and everything was fairly quiet for a month or so. And then we got one complaint from one of the ladies that lives on Lakeside. There's Laura. Hi, Laura. And, in discussing it with her, I told her my concerns, that I had investigated, and I know there were some diseases related to exposure, especially inhalation of silica. In doing that investigation a little more thoroughly, because I was not able to find any certified dustless sand, we found that there was some other skin contact issues with it. And so I just left the engineered wood fiber in there. It didn't cost any more. It was acceptable, and that's really all we could find, except a feldspar-based material, which is very expensive.
I'm sorry, what?
Feldspar-based material.
Okay. I don't know that word.
Feldspar is a common mineral found
Okay.
on the crust of the earth, and it's naturally dustless. And investigating that, there's a website that is called Safe Sand. They provide this feldspar-based sand, but it's very expensive. It's about works out to about $3,000 a yard. I'm sorry.
Is it gluten-free?
I would imagine so. It's, seeing the kids do eat sand, I would imagine that's important.
We got a lot on our agenda tonight, gentlemen.
So I chose to leave the wood in there. Now I'm imagining that there's some people who aren't that crazy about it, but it cost us nothing. And the silica-based sand is about $3,000 to fill that with sand, with silica-based sand. Again, it's about $40,000 for feldspar-based sand, and it's nothing for the wood chips. So here we are.
Thank you, Kevin, and we appreciate how hard you work for the town, so we appreciate all your effort on this. Before we move on to, if anybody's questions for Kevin before, there's one other thing I want to mention here. We have a new town employee who's actually provided some work on this issue. Would you care, David, to let us know who that is?
Well, I'd be happy to, so maybe she may not want to sit here all night. I was going to introduce her.
It was my fault
In
I
my
let that go.
manager's report.
Yes.
But yes, I'd like to introduce Rebecca Smallbach, and I think Rebecca's sitting
Rebecca,
in the
stand and
back.
be
Stand up.
recognized.
Rebecca is a senior, or will be a senior at Redwood High School. She's here as an intern to learn about city government. And at the same time, she's helping out, and a tremendous help with all our departments. I plan on lending her out, although it's hard to do that because she's been such a great help to Rebecca, but lending her to each of the departments so she can learn how we all function here. And with that.
Great. Welcome, Rebecca. Good luck and God bless. Thank you. Okay, so does anybody have any questions for Kevin? Yes, Diane,
Yes.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Kevin, I was hoping to be able to get a map up here of Town Park, but can you share what has historically been the wood, what has historically been the sand, and if there is any possibility for maybe making the sandy area smaller or somehow kind of maybe changing the configuration inexpensively,
Sure,
not rebuilding the whole playground?
Yeah, that's certainly possible. There's the wood chips now. What we have to adhere to, though, is a lot of very stringent state regulations on anything we do inside that fence. So any redesign would probably have to go to an architect for determination about whether it could be done. Now, I imagine you could probably put a border of similar concrete material and cut down the size of that and have one material in one compartment and another material in another compartment. You know, so you could border this and put sand in, a portion of it. But it would have to go through some kind of landscape architect to ensure that it follows the numerous state regulations on playgrounds, public
Okay,
playgrounds.
so remind me again, there's a big round play area, and there's a structure, and there are swings.
That everything that besides that isn't sand in the play area is the engineered wood fiber that is certified dustless, splinterless. There's a small lawn, and there's some crushed granite. But in all the play areas, for fall attenuation, there is engineered wood fiber.
Yeah. Can you go to just click on the map to the right? That.
And Skunk Hollow has sand, and the volleyball area at San Clemente or Cove Park is sand. My real concern is that there's going to be, and again, I certainly have no expertise in that area, but my concern is that at some point, because there are finding more physical problems with sand, that at some point it's not going to be allowed in the parks, and I would be concerned at that point that somebody sues us. That's really why I didn't put it back.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody? All right, anybody from the public like to speak to this issue? Please step up to the podium, state your name and where you live, and have at it.
I'm kind of like a spy from Larkspur. I happen to be walking
Sir, if you'd
by-
state your name and where you live.
Alan Eichmann, 110 William.
Thank you.
This thing about the sand, why can't you just go to the beach, any beach, and just get sand? I mean, there's a lot of sand in a lot of the beaches I've been to. I mean, there's more than sand than you know what I mean? What's the problem of just going to getting some sand? It looks pretty clean to me.
We don't usually answer questions while you're on the spot. I can hear the pregnant pause. We don't typically respond on the spot. When we call it back to the council, we'll talk about it.
That's all I had to say, so I'll go back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bob Bundy, 89 Golden Hind Passage. When Laura brought this up a couple weeks ago at a meeting that I was at, I thought, gee, what's the big deal? Why don't we just take one of the public work trucks out to the beach and get some sand and fill it up? And in going to the literature on it and looking at it from the standpoint of physician, there are a number of issues that I was not aware of in relationship to this. One that Kevin has brought up about the silica and some other crushed rock that's used for sand has other fibers that are potentially asbestos-like that may cause some issues. The other concern is there are some diseases associated with this that they put cameras on sandboxes at night and discovered that cats think they're litter boxes. And one of the recommendations in the literature now for safe sand play boxes is that you have safe sand, which is no dust and comes from the beach and is certified clean, and you cover it at night so that animals can't get in it. I don't know if sandboxes are going the way of lawn darts, but I mean, there are some real issues with them, and I think Kevin was right to look at it very carefully.
Thank you, Doctor. Anybody else from the public? Please.
Hello, I'm Laura from Lakeside Drive. Some people know me as the sand lady in town now. Anyways, I wrote a letter that I'll read to y'all about the sandbox. So in March, not a couple weeks ago, in March, the town park sandbox was vandalized with glass. The sand was removed and replaced with bark. Bark makes our park less fun and less attractive. I'm here to ask that the sand be put back into the town park sandbox. I have 2 young boys, and I'm at the park often, twice today. They don't play in the bark, nor do any other kids play in the bark. This is sad because the sandbox was a main attraction of the park. It was a place for kids to sit, dig, and learn to share. As the kids sat, became a gathering point for parents and for our community. The community misses the sand and wants them back. Starting the discussion, I talked to a couple neighbors about what they thought, a couple other parents. It yielded a couple things. The first is I have a petition where I have 100 signatures. Do you guys want this or take my word for it?
No, please hand it in. That'd be great.
There we go. So the petition of 100 signatures took me maybe 2 hours to get. Don't have a lot of time right now. I also had to tour 2 people's remodeled homes and listen to one person complain about the shade for 45 minutes, or lack of shade.
What exactly is the petition? Like, what is it? What have they signed their name to?
I can read it if you want me to.
Yeah.
So I said, situation, our sandbox was vandalized with broken glass in March. The sand was removed and replaced with bark. Bark is not fun. Kids are not using the sandbox. Our park is less attractive than it was before. Objective, put the fun back in our sandbox. We are petitioning to replace the bark with Ollie 2 playground sand or Lapis Monterey beach sand. The cost of a replacement is about $5,000. The joy is boundless. $5,000 is probably a little high, but I just wanted to. Okay, so
If you give it back to Rebecca, it'd be great. I wanted to know what the 100 people were signing their names to. Thanks.
Okay, so in addition to the petition, I posted on social media next door, and I had an overwhelming and incredibly supportive response for returning sand to the sandbox. Very unusual for social media. I don't know if anyone is familiar. Along the way, we discovered that the park and its sandbox draws regulars from as far away as San Francisco and Petaluma. And we have people that have signed the petition from really all over that have come to enjoy our park. They come for fun.
Laura, now I interrupted you, so I'm going to give you a little extra time, but do you
Yeah.
think you'd be done in about a minute and a half?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I've been in contact with the Corte Madera Public Works Department about the sand since May. I've been given an inconsistent set of shifting reasons for why the sand will not be replaced. Most are centered around safety and risk. None hold up under scrutiny. So here's what I did. So what I've learned in the process. Playground equipment, including sand, is governed by California's Health and Safety Code, or a Health and Safety Code. All of the sands, including Ollie 2, the Lapis sand, which is the beach sand, are all legal under that law. Neither the CDC nor the EPA has a warning regarding playground sand. Every other city in Marin has playgrounds with sand that they are actively maintaining. For example, Larkspur uses Ollie 2 sand, which is plain, typical playground sand, and Belvedere uses Lapis sand, or Monterey Beach sand. I did not find any lawsuits or proposed new laws related to the safety of playground sand. My research confirmed that sand is safe, and my conversations with other citizens has confirmed that the sand is very much missed. Please vote to return the sand as soon as possible. And I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yes, good evening. Jane Levinson, 32 Tamal, Vista. I just have one question. It was vandalized? Glass was found in there? Does that mean somebody put it in? What happens when you put the new sand in at however many thousands of dollars it's going to cost, and the next day whoever did the glass vandalizing does it again? I mean, how long are we going to go on replacing this? It's kind of like the $25,000 with the buses in Tiburon and Belvedere. We make a commitment, and then now we're locked into it, and so how often are we going to be willing to place the sand when they find glass in it again? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Becky Reed, 15 Council Crest. Just to go along with what Bob Bundy said, and Michael, we've known each other since our kids were in preschool. You may not know this. One of our jobs as parents in the preschool in the co-op was to scoop the sand every morning to get all the poop out. I'm looking back on it now and thinking, how did our kids survive? So I love the idea of sand, but I also love the idea of looking into a possible cover. I don't know, it's an awfully big space, but it was really disgusting to realize we put up with that for so many years.
Anybody else from the public? Any other questions from anybody? You know, Kevin, do you mind if I ask you one more question? Sure. It's a very practical question that came up, which is, maybe this has happened for years and years and years, but what shouldn't we reasonably anticipate somebody's going to break a glass in it after we fill it with something?
Well, probably, but it hasn't happened before, but yeah, I would imagine it could very well.
So in the history of the town, the first time we had the issue was the most recent thing?
Well, I mean, we've had a broken bottle where where it had two pieces, and you could reconstruct the bottle and determine that there wasn't any other pieces in there. It wasn't that way this time.
Okay, so it's sort of a unique problem. It could happen again, but it's unanticipated to be quite that frequent.
Yeah, you know, again, I wasn't so worried about the present or concerned about the present as I was that with the recent acceleration, I think, of finding issues with sand, not only inhalation problems but skin contact, that at some point in the future, and I would say not that soon, I mean not that far out there, I didn't mention, but we had sent somebody, when this happened, to be certified as a playground inspector. We have 2 of those right now, and they're certified by the state of California. And their instructors were telling them that they're going away from sand in play areas because it's damaging the poured-in-place rubberized material. So, you know, when I couldn't find certified sand, which is what we were told we, by law, had to put in 1999 when the architects designed it, along with the certified dustless, splinterless fiber, we've stuck with that since then. And one of the reasons we didn't put silica-based in is because we couldn't find anybody who would give us certification anymore. So those are the reasons we started investigating it further and came up with the other problems.
And the sort of sand used in our neighboring towns is what?
Silica-based.
Okay.
Almost all of it is.
Which is what, by the way, glass is made of, which is kind of ironical. It's very ironical.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Laura, could I ask you one more question? Come on up.
What can I do for you?
Can we get, do you think, involvement by some parent group or something to help police or to keep the, when I say police, I don't mean that in the police, I mean to keep it, I mean to help keep, the bottle thing just, it's not even the silica thing. I'm worried, it seems to me a lot more practical, like somebody's going to break a bottle in tomorrow and then to spend another $5,000 to put in more sand. You know what I mean?
Well, you could break a bottle into the tan bark too, right? So then you would have to replace the tan bark as well.
Which is an equivalent cost, Kevin?
I don't think it's expensive, but see, for the bark, we can get a certification.
I see.
Can't for the silica sand.
So there is no certification required by law. All of the sands used at Larkspur, Belvedere, Mill Valley are legal within the health code. So a certification, I'm not sure what the point of it is, but
It's certified dustless.
yeah, so beach sand is coarse. It doesn't necessarily create a lot of dust.
It's a co-defendant if we get sued. Whoever signs a certification.
I mean, I think that they probably stopped because it was a marketing ploy. I mean, it wasn't required by law.
Okay,
Another thing that, sorry, I just have to say, many people have mentioned that there are safety risks. I found no literature about playground safety risks with playground sand. And we also talked a little bit about playground certifications that a couple members of the Corte Madera have gone through. I read the entire pamphlet of the safety course, and it never mentions anything adverse to sand. It mentions many hazards of playgrounds, some of which are even prevalent at the Corte Madera Town Park, like there's no shade.
Great.
So,
thank you for your time.
No problem.
And thank you for your work on this. Anybody else from the public? Okay. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? Carla.
Kevin, thank you. I knew that we were going to have this on the agenda, and so it became one of the topics of our Sunday night dinner, where I have two little grandchildren who play in the park, and my daughter was so relieved to see the sand gone. That it could easily get dirty, and so there was just no problem there. The kids still love Town Park. It didn't discourage them from going to Town Park. But what I really found compelling was that, Laura, unlike what you found, I Googled sand for playgrounds, and I was overwhelmed at where there were credible citations where some sand is considered carcinogenic. Some of the sand is causes respiratory problems with kids, and there is no practical way that you could cover the sandbox to discourage it from the geese that we see in Town Park, the cats, whatever rodents might be around. They're going to get in there. And I know I once had a sandbox and happened to look out one day and saw that it was a very popular place for three of our neighborhood cats. And that was the end of the sandbox. And so I think that when we're talking about safety, I think that has to take priority off of fun. And I agree that sandboxes are fun, and I think that that's why now you can go to Toys R Us and buy a big sandbox there, and it comes complete with a cover. So when the kids are done, you can just cover it up and prevent all the other situations that might occur in the sandbox. So I'm sure it would be missed, but I would certainly be in favor of having to use the substitute. And just knowing Kevin as I do, he was very thorough in researching this. And so I would really put safety first. It's what I read, and I spent several hours reading about this. And I think that safety comes first, and I still think that Town Park is going to be a popular place for little kids.
Thank you, Carla. Who else? Michael?
Yeah, just put the sand back in and let's quit this. I'm beginning to feel really sick.
But the 4,001 or the 40,001?
Yeah, okay. First of all, I grew up in third world country. I probably played in sandboxes that had monkey poop in it. I'm serious. And cat poop and tapir poop, and there was all kinds of poop in there. And I survived.
So you're good with the regular sand, or you want the super duper sand?
The cheapest sand possible. And the next time a piece of glass gets broken in there, grind it up and make that into sand, and then
Okay.
it won't be a problem.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane?
I recognize that there are a lot of concerns about the silica sand, but I really don't feel like I have enough information to be able to understand if there are really similar concerns about the feldspar-based sand. That being said, the $40,000 price tag just kind of
Jumps
was
out
a
at you,
little
doesn't it?
surprising.
They can borrow
So,
my truck, we'll go to
what,
the beach.
what I would like to see is maybe a rethinking of how we are organizing the playground. Perhaps wood chips are fine under the play structure, and the sandy part can be a smaller segment of the playground. It doesn't have to be huge. So I personally, and regarding the vandalism, if glass winds up in there again, you know what? It's part of maintaining infrastructure. You know, it reminds me of the vandalism issues we've had with the restrooms in Town Park. We don't close the restrooms, well, we close them at night, but, you know, you don't just do away with certain infrastructure because of vandals. You fix it up, you try to make it as vandal-proof as possible, and you maintain the facilities for our community. I would like to see the same thing, but maybe we can do it in a more sensible way with less sand. So I would recommend kicking this down to the Parks and Rec Commission to consider and come back to us with a proposal. And maybe they can come up with some way to fit in a smaller area that could have sand that maybe could be covered at night. I don't know. But I feel like I don't have really enough information to be able to make a determination tonight.
Thank you, Diane. Jim?
Well, let's see, if it's a choice between wood fibers and sand, I would go with sand. The issue of which type of sand, as best I can tell, the chief difference between the feldspar sand and the washed beach sand is the feldspar sand, they will give us a certificate. And I do note that if you go on their material safety data sheet, one of the doctors who certified that has also made his career writing articles about the risks of sand. Okay, so it's sort of, how shall I put it? If one were skeptical, they might think that if you gin up fear of one type of sand, you can improve the sales of an alternate, more expensive version. But you know, I'm not that cynical. Also, when they're looking at the risk of the silica sand, I'm mindful of the history of how asbestos went from a common workplace material back in the 20s. During World War II, it was used to insulate many ships. Then in the 60s, Dr. Irving Selikoff at I think it was Mount Sinai, I can't remember which, was doing studying former shipyard workers and discovered that they were coming down with mesothelioma and asbestosis. From his work in the 60s, we can now turn on late night TV and see ads asking you to sign up for an attorney who will represent you in claims for mesothelioma, which I mispronounce, okay? So I sort of understand how that momentum for declaring a once safe product to be a critical health hazard develops. But as someone who spent several summers sandblasting, I just say go with the wash beach sand to be done with it. You know,
Is that the $4,000 option?
That's a cheap sand, and we're going to have to learn to live with risks one of these days.
Okay.
So,
Carla, did you already kind of?
I said
Okay.
that.
All right, thank you. I found this to be, Robbie, we actually closed public comment. If it's important and you, I can ask for a motion to reopen it.
Oh, the only thing I
What?
was...
No, that's not what I asked.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feel it urgent enough that I ought to ask for a motion to reopen public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I just say...
Nope, I'm sorry, the answer is, but thank you. Okay.
Big agenda tonight.
Yeah, sorry, Robbie, but we do have a lot going on. So let me recognize the work of our intern on providing all kinds of telephone calls and work. Rebecca, nice job. Let me just mention some of the facts out here. The Indiana Poison Center said, quote, "We just don't see children developing silicosis," and meaning he sees no risk using regular sand in sandboxes. Between 2001 and 2008, there are still no linked cases of children developing cancer by the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. There are no conclusive studies on children's exposure, no convincing evidence. Some of those are sort of half-hearted to my mind, but on the contrary, I'm not aware of any conclusive evidence the other way. I found this a difficult issue. I had several lengthy telephone calls, and I appreciate both Laura and Kevin taking my calls and talking to me about it. It's not easy. I realize it may seem brutally simple to most of the people out there, but I have at least one learned professional who, in an effort to protect the town and help provide for our children, think we ought to be using an expensive version. We have a learned, excellent member of our community who is a mother of her own children and who believes, after an enormous amount of research, we ought to do something different that's less expensive and not waste taxpayer money. Man, those are good arguments on both sides of that. I think I could effectively represent either one. And thank you, Jim, for pointing out how the attorneys have once again screwed everything up.
nothing personal there.
But I think I come down where Michael does at the end of the day. I think we go for the cheaper, the $4,000 option and move on. The reason why I say that, although I don't disagree with you, Diane, I don't understand why Mario, why is this not in Parks and Rec to begin with? That was rhetorical. I don't actually expect you to answer this. Emily Janowski's here. This should have been you, sister. You should have handled this one. But in any event, I don't want to doom anybody else to have to go through a fairly substantial amount of time and effort that all our own people and our people have already gone through. I'd rather just solve it, right? For better or worse, let's just make a decision and move on. That's what I think. I think you're procedurally correct. Your process is correct. But part of what we can do here as a council is kind of like get rid of it and just go on to the next thing.
Right. Move to approve the $4,000 thing.
Would anybody like
I'll
to second?
second.
Okay.
I have a question. So is that, Kevin, in your estimation, is that going to be safe? Is that going to be certified?
No.
No. But again, it wasn't about like right now. It's about what's going to be found in the future, 3 to 5 years out. And
Or
it's
30
been-
years out.
Yeah, there's been a number of issues where there's been generational changes. I'm sure you recall when late 80s when we had a demand from folks living on the lagoons to come up with a procedure where they could work on their docks. And now that when we do that, there's a firestorm of complaints about how we're killing fish. So when we're acting as responsive government, or what people feel is responsive government, and another generation comes along, then everything's different. So, again, that was my concern.
Carla, having asked a question, I now need to open it up to the public for comment, actually. So, Robbie, if you would like to say something, please. What's that? No, but you asked for further information or testimony.
That's okay. Confusion happens. No, I was just going to say, Robbie Powelson, Mohawk Avenue, just saying that if you, kind of the third option is, see what the kids think about that space. I mean, right? There's just other, that's all. I mean, they're the primary stakeholder, so I thought I'd bring that up.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public like to comment? All right, I'll close it and come back to the council. We have, I think, yes, Diane.
If we're going to go ahead with the $4,000 option.
You know what, I'm sorry, I kept
$3,000
making a mistake. It's $3,000.
It's $3,000,
Yeah.
that's right. Well, I'm willing to go up to 4. But anyway, I would suggest to staff that if, while they are looking at the silica sand options, that they try to do their best to find one that is as dust-free or whatever, even though I recognize it's not going to be certified. And if it costs a little bit more than the 3,000, I think that would probably be an a wise investment. But, you know, we don't need to pinch pennies that strictly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
We have a motion and a second.
yes.
Rebecca, would you call a vote?
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes for the wash beach sand.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes, reluctantly.
We're getting a lot of reluctance.
Councilmember Lappert.
Yes, enthusiastically.
Vice Mayor First.
Yes, but make it as clean as possible.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes, and may we please move on as quickly as possible. Okay. Thank you all for your hard work. Thank you, Kevin and Laura. We appreciate it. Okay. Here we go. And Valerie, I'm not insensitive to the fact that it's taken longer than you probably anticipated, but we're now hitting business item 7, Roman numeral 3, consideration, no, 2, sorry. It's the third item, but Roman numeral 2, consideration and possible action to approve a supplemental appropriation to fund a crossing guard at the Seawolf Paradise Drive intersection. Do we have oh, David.
I'll just say a few words and then turn the mic over again to Valerie Pitts from the Larkspur Corte Madera School District. This intersection, there was a crossing guard funded by the TAM Crossing Guard Program. They rate each intersection and have different variations of how they determine how to spend their money, and their money for crossing guards is limited. So bottom line here is that crossing guard got pulled for the coming year, so it's not being budgeted by TAM. So the Larkspur Corte Madera School District and Ms. Pitts sent a letter, which I've attached to the staff report, asking if the town could fund that the crossing guard at that intersection. And that would be a $16,000 cost. So with that, turn it back to you and maybe turn it over to Valerie.
Thank you, David. Valerie?
Give us some more information.
Thank you. I'm not sure if tonight's a good night to be here.
I'm watching you go.
Or a night to be here.
Valerie, can you teach us how to do it quickly?
Sure. Do you have any questions?
I have one question.
The 16,
Yeah.
is that the whole cost, or are you picking up part of it and we're picking up part of it?
It's the entire cost of a guard. We pay for one guard, and there are 4 others that are paid for through TAM.
Okay.
So when I was a child, it was like a privilege that you were allowed to, as a senior classmate, to put on a thing and be a crossing guard.
Yes.
Cop boy.
The lawyers also ruined that for us?
Thank you, Michael.
Yes. We started a committee about a year ago of educators and Transportation Authority of Marin when they realized that population is growing, the number of children in Marin are growing, and they can only fund 70 or 71 locations across the county. So we put together a committee, and that was one of the suggestions, was to put back together the crossing guard programs. Another suggestion was that we could operate a volunteer program, and that TAM would pick up the expense of training and providing workers' comp for those people. The problem with that was that, which would cost $8,000 just to simply have a substitute if the volunteer was absent. If the volunteer could no longer be at that intersection, safety requirements are that TAM would have to then put in a full-time. So it was $8,000 for a volunteer, or $16,000 for them to completely fund the guard. The crossing guard programs are great, I think. Again, the problem with those is the way we're configuring our schools. We go up to the 5th grade. Are they close enough to school? So that's why we say, originally we had Golden Hind funded in Paradise right in front of the school, and Seawolf, but we switched. So actually Seawolf was never funded. We took the one from Golden Hind because we realized when we opened the school that people were actually, more kids were entering from the back than were from the front. And so we switched the guard to Seawolf. So we would like to continue to do that, but TAM does not have enough money coming through the tax that they use to fund the crossing guards. So crossing guard programs would be great. They require a lot of volunteer effort. At one point last year, we did try to recruit volunteer crossing guards for out here with the problems that were being experienced crossing over to the school in the morning. It's just very, very difficult to get consistent volunteers.
Of course.
Thank you, Valerie. This is kind of a question that I'm looking at you, but it's somebody in the audience will answer it. We have a cadet program with the police department. I'm just wondering, are you there, Todd?
She's hiding.
Is that completely, is there any way that our cadets could have as an additional job description that half an hour per day, twice a day, to crossing guard? Or is that just not within the realm of what we can do?
Something we could do, but again, it's going to have someone there available every day, twice a day. So that would be something we would look at, but it's something for the next crossing.
And this is not the answer for tonight. I'm just, this is kind of a question to ask for the future, because, I mean, this is one of these things that is my job, to make sure the kids get to school safely if they're walking, certainly. So there's a way that's, we do have a great traffic division, the best that I've ever seen, and it just seems like that.
Of course.
Maybe somehow, in future budget discussions, we could talk about how to augment your budget enough to cover that.
Our cadets are trained to do it, do traffic control, and do it, so absolutely.
I would like to continue that discussion for the future, because we do need to have proper crossing guards, until we get these lights in. But for now, I know this is a moot point with what we're talking about. But
Well,
I
I'd
think-
actually like to comment on that.
Okay, right, sorry.
Because I represent the town of Corte Madera on the Transportation Authority of Marin. And thank you, Valerie, the way you explained the program was actually very accurate, and I just wanted to emphasize 2 points that you did make. One, there is limited funding. I can't remember if it's every year or every couple of years, the Transportation Authority of Marin does a study of the various intersections that the school districts have identified as potential locations for crossing guards. And those locations are ranked, and the top 70-something qualify for TAM-funded crossing guards. Many school districts have additional locations that did not make the cut, that they have decided that they want to invest the funds to hire their own crossing guard, or I should say pay for their own crossing guard. But all of the crossing guards, whether they're paid for by TAM or through the school districts, are hired through this one program that is provided, and the service is provided by a contractor. That is really key, because if somebody calls in sick, it is up to that business to make sure that there is a substitute to fill in, so that there is never a crossing location that the children rely on and depend on an adult helping them cross that might go unmanned in the event of an absence. So, and that's another, Valerie also mentioned that in a volunteer program, you run the risk of a volunteer not showing up or being out sick, and there not being a crossing guard at that particular location. And that could really have tragic results if you've got some really young kids that are used to crossing there, that's the only route they know to get to school, and they shouldn't be crossing the street necessarily by themselves. So that is really one of the main benefits of having the entire program run through this, this consultant. So I would say that if you're going to discuss the deputies, the cadets, doing something like that, you really need to think long and hard about whether you can guarantee coverage every single day. So anyway, I again wanted to thank Valerie for mentioning that as one of the difficulties in the volunteer program. And I presume that with, if this $16,000 supplemental appropriation is approved, that would pay for the crossing guard through the TAM program, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
More clarification questions for Valerie. I'll open it up to the public. Actually, I have a couple clarification questions for you, if you would, Vi. First one is, what is the annual budget for the district? School budget?
Oh, gosh, 20 million?
So really comparable to our town, which is really about the same, okay. And when the Cove School was first built, was there planning or an expectation that the funding for these crossing guards was always going to be paid by TAM or something? What was didn't somebody kind of think this through before? No?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm laughing with you.
Oh.
Actually, we did really work closely with Safe Routes to Schools and the community in Mariners Cove quite a bit. And I think that we did the best we could in trying to figure out how many students would be walking to and from school. We have 122 students that ride in transit. The school district offsets that with the $12,000 that we get from the state to put towards transportation. So we had no way of knowing exactly how many kids were going to be walking. We were really encouraging walking there. As Cove got out there, the citizens who were working the streets were being worked on when we opened the school. So that was one of the reasons that we chose to move the guard from in front of the school to over at Seawolf Passage, because there was a lot of work going on.
But how did you plan to pay for this guard to begin with?
TAM.
Okay, and was it your expectation TAM would always fund it?
At that time, which was about 3 years ago, we had not heard that they would be not funding it. I think it's just with the increase in the number of students countywide and the way that they determine their criteria, we can only have so many funded by them.
And in your view, have you exhausted all attempts to ask parent groups or the police or anybody else to, on a volunteerism base, I recognize the difficulty and consistency, could fill this need by some means other than town money?
We are going to be looking to volunteers to run the front of the school, as it is. Trying to get volunteers to run an intersection that's a couple blocks away from the school would be fine. I would be willing to work more with Central Marin Police Authority if they thought that was a valid option. I personally sat on the committee to work on this, and I was really proactive about the crossing guard. In fact, AAA has a program where they train student crossing guards. Never got off the ground with the rest of the districts. And I would be willing to work harder for a volunteer. But again, Diane, you articulated very clearly what the problems with the volunteer could be. We still have to come up with $8,000 to have a volunteer. So that would be the compromise.
I mean, it's not, I'm not suggesting those other options would work. What I'm asking is, can you explicitly state you have exhausted the other alternatives? I feel like the council, to some extent, should be of last resort. Unlike, for example, the transportation issue, unlike some of the other things, the town recognizes no benefit. However, in other words, things within our normal jurisdiction. However, I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize our children. So I'll spend the money, but I want you to tell me there's no alternative. The town has to spend the money or our children are jeopardized, and the school district could not reasonably have been expected to figure this out.
For those of you who sat on the Safe Routes to Schools Committee when we were opening the Cove School, I feel as though we did exhaust the volunteer efforts in the community, and I think we've done a really great job of getting, in particular, getting kids from the west side over to the bay side. Do I think we've exhausted it? Would we run without a crossing guard there? I would say that if you were to deny the request, that we would go back and work harder at it, to be perfectly honest with you. I wouldn't let that intersection go without a guard. Sorry. And I have a little bit of a cold, so the air conditioning is coming right
Okay.
now. So, Sloan, to answer that question, we are really collaborative. I sat on this committee. TAM is helping. We pay for a guard already in front of Neil Cummins. So I'm here to ask for your collaborative effort. If you were to say no, we would go back and dig deeper, to be perfectly honest.
Okay. Would any more questions, or would any member of the public like to have a chat here?
I'd like to say one more.
Of course.
I can't help but think that if we gave an augmentation of our share to the Central Brand Police Department in the form of $5,000, the problem would be taken care of by people that are trained in traffic enforcement. So I'm not telling Todd to go out there and do that right now, but he's the kind of guy that will respond tomorrow morning and make it happen. I don't believe that we need to spend $16,000 to have somebody stand there flipping a sign around, walking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, we'll get to that, what I mean, but before we.
So I just want to pursue that further in the idea of when the public gets up to speak, I'm just opening it up for a little bit more discussion.
Thank you. Any member of the public like to speak to the issue? Okay, I'll close it to public comment, bring it back to the council. Who would like to begin? Jim?
Let you start.
No, let's go. Can I have one?
That's why I put them there.
Oh, thank you. You don't have to, Jim, if you don't get anything. Michael, I know, did you finish everything you wanted to say?
I don't have anything else.
Carla?
I think that it's something that's really
Thank you.
needed. I think it's real important that we get this thing started as soon as possible. And then over a period of time, we can see if the cadet program might be able to replace the crossing guard. But I think that, and I would certainly encourage that we do approve the appropriation to fund the crossing guard right now.
Diane?
In my opinion, we've got to have a crossing guard there. I would really be reluctant to rely on the police cadets to handle that role. I think they have other things that they could and should be doing that is more in the realm of traffic control that the police department handles. Likewise, I would not want our traffic enforcement officers to be out there playing crossing guard. I would like them to be ticketing people who are making right turns when there are pedestrians in the crosswalk, or driving too fast on Tamalpais Drive, or those kinds of things. I don't think this is a police thing. I think this is a school issue. I think TAM does a good job with the crossing guard program, and I don't think, $16,000 seems very expensive. However, it is a very efficient program. There is never a location that it has been earmarked for a crossing guard that doesn't have coverage in the morning. I think it's a good program. I think this should be really, in the whole scheme of things, paid for by the school district, but the school district is already paying for one crossing guard. I think we can help out with $16,000. Not the least because it encourages green trips. The whole idea of supporting safe routes to school is to get kids on their bikes or on their feet, to get to school without having to get in a car with a parent tying up our roads. We have enough traffic in the mornings and the afternoons. This is a way to help keep kids traveling green trips. I would say that this would probably be the maximum I'd want the town to have to pick up. So I would like the district to keep in mind that in the future that we are not a bank account to, but I think I can totally support this.
Diane, do you see this as the beginning of an annual request for $16,000?
Possibly.
And would you be okay with it annually?
Well, let's consider again the list of locations that is put together every year by the consultants. If our school district makes the cutoff and we can get it funded through TAM, great. If not, all of a sudden, there's an issue of how to fund it. And I think that's something that the school district and the town appropriately can work together to solve. I would hope that these locations would be fully funded by TAM in the future. I will say that the amount of money in this particular program is limited. This is the Measure A quarter-cent transportation sales tax. Now, this is the Measure A is due to expire in a few years, so I wouldn't be surprised if TAM floats another ballot measure. And when that happens, it's very likely that the portion of the sales tax revenues that are earmarked for things like crossing guards will probably be upped, because every school district is struggling with this in the county. They want more crossing guards than there are funds available. So long-term, I think it will be addressed, but that's not going to happen for at least the next few years, so.
Okay. Everybody else is gone, Jim. What do you got? Anything?
I hope it's a one-time deal, and that you can budget for it for the next cycle. But I guess we're sort of a contingent fallback for when other things fall apart. In terms of the crossing guards, I'm familiar with the ones over at Neil Cummins, and they keep the kids in line. When ducks want to cross the street, they will escort them across. They do hold the thing out so the kids can see how tall they are, and just part of the routine of going over to school there. That's it.
Did you already go?
Yeah.
Okay. So I do think it's appropriate when there's no other alternative that's one of our roles is to do things that can't otherwise be solved, because part of our mission is to help protect our children, and arguably if we're encouraging things like alternate routes to school, then we are probably addressing a traffic issue as well, possibly, or doing some part of that. I don't have a comfort level, just speaking frankly, that you have exhausted the efforts necessary for me to be willing to contribute our town money. I'm cautious that this might result from other things that, or maybe to spin it a better way, there might be alternatives to do this. What I would like to do is to continue the item, if you're willing, one more meeting. School doesn't start until August, 18th. So we have at least one more meeting between now and then. I'm not disinclined to ultimately cast my vote in favor of this thing. I would like you to say unequivocally, this is the only way we're going to get the money, Corte Madera, is you guys have to do it for us. I think frankly that's something we're entitled to ask you to do. And then when confronted with no alternative, I think we have to decide whether it's within our mission or not, and I'm probably inclined to want to go that way, but go ahead.
Yeah, I really have a problem with that.
Okay.
Because I feel like we've just appropriated, and none of us were really that thrilled about it, giving $25,000 to a school district, which for the most part, the enrollment is not even in our jurisdiction. And the traffic jam also is in another town. It's not in Corte Madera. We're talking about Tiburon Boulevard over in Tiburon. And here we're talking about our own Corte Madera kids, that an effort was made to get funding through TAM, and they refused. And yes, there might be some kind of fundraiser or parent thing, or, a book reading contest where the kids collect money for reading so many books that might go to help fund this program. But before you know it, school is going to be in session, and we're not talking about enough time to prepare for an alternative. And so I really don't see why we should have a holdup to continue it to another meeting. I just don't understand it.
Carla, I trust if somebody tells me, who's an elected official or an appointed, whatever, an official, to say, this is the way it has to be. I accept that because I don't have the wherewithal to try to second guess other people's things. And similarly, I rely on their judgment about whether or not there are alternatives. I don't think that we got tonight a dogmatic answer about there is no alternative. If I had that request, I think I would agree with you. Since we don't have it, I feel like as part of the fiscal responsibility of the town is to try to do the best we can, just monetarily, to try to manage the situation.
I guess
May
I
like
just
to
find.
chime in with what Carla's saying,
Okay.
if I may. And I really feel badly about putting our police department on the spot on this thing, but I'm gonna disagree with you in the sense that you put a grown adult kid in uniform with a badge, to me, makes a much better who's properly trained in traffic control and everything to do with it, is much better than a consultant. Okay, if the consultant is in place and everything's working, but I believe that we keep the consultants, that's part of what the thing works about, but when we're pressed with a situation this quickly, and I know for a fact that for a school year, we can augment the police department by $5,000 and take care of the problem that was presented to us all of a sudden, I think that's a really good use of resource. We have a resource at our disposal that works in collaboration with traffic division.
So you think we ought to allocate $5,000, but not to the school, to the police?
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a creative solution that would be cheaper and would solve the problem, but I would like to have the police chief or somebody think about it.
And that's the only reason why I agree with what you're saying about leaving, let's get an answer to that, not put anybody on the spot, get an answer to that. Not so much about whether to give 16,000 or not, which is, Carla's correct. I mean, this is one of these things, we can't drag our feet on this. But I think we can get a really quick answer and maybe even answer the whole problem, not even in council, through management. If he comes back and says, we can take care of that, no problem, we have 3 cadets or whatever, and we'll take care of the problem, they'll be there every morning, done, then we say, okay, give the police department another $5,000 from us to cover the costs of that, because they do have a cost that is not budgeted, and that takes care of the problem.
I mean, that sounds to me like a creative solution. What do you think, Dan?
What happens when the other 3 jurisdictions served by the police department say, we'd like crossing guards as well? Well, is he going to have to talk with them before?
But I mean, the thing I like about it is Michael setting it up. I think, Todd, and I wouldn't be offended. It'd be totally okay with me if Todd came back at another meeting and said, this just can't work. It's going to screw up our other obligations. It's not enough money. You guys haven't thought through insurance. There could be 50 reasons why it would fail. But why should we not attempt to get it to work before we give another $16,000 out?
All right. Are we going to have a council meeting the first Tuesday in August?
We do have that planned. Could I just say one thing?
Yes.
As co-manager of the police
Yes?
authority, I really think something like that should be vetted by the police council. I just want to say that.
When I said Todd, that's what I meant.
Yeah, okay.
Some
I
police
got you.
authority. Maybe it's Diane or who's on the council? You, right? And so you guys, you can work it out.
We don't
Can we
have
get
a
our ducks
meeting
in a row before
scheduled.
school starts?
A meeting in time.
Oh.
All right. May I respond?
Yeah.
We have in place a program that does a really good job supplying crossing guards at various locations around the county. What we are attempting to do is to throw together a program through the police department for cadets to handle this at approximately $5,000 a year, which, by the way, is a ballpark figure. We don't know what the cost will be. If there is ever an incident that's going to require some traffic control, that means that that particular cadet will not be available to serve the police in the role that they are trained to do, and that is to fill in wherever. So we're trying to kind of throw together in 20 minutes or a half hour a crossing guard program for this one location. We've got a program that works. Is it a little more expensive than we want to pay? Yeah. But the school district is already paying for one crossing guard. I think the town can pay for the other. We are encouraging kids to walk and bike. We are getting cars off the road by ensuring safe passage. And believe me, a lot of parents are not going to let their kids walk or bike if we don't ensure a safe passage. And we can do it with a program that has been in place and we know to be incredibly effective.
I don't like the lack of a long-term plan here, Diane. We, the way to fix it would be a sidewalk or something, and presumably that would be helpful.
No, we're talking about crossing the street. Kids will always need to cross the street,
But
regardless of whether there are sidewalks. We could close the street, but that's not a solution.
just going off the letter, and,
Yeah.
or maybe there, some traffic device like we're doing here that would have flashing lights or something. Maybe even with that, you need a crossing guard. Right now, we've got these temporary flags. It doesn't feel to me like we're doing anything other than apportioning to a different entity the responsibility to pay. We're not thinking through in a longer-term way, how do we avoid the problem in the future? We're solving for $16,000 a problem this year. Maybe we just go along with that. But next year, there's no way. I mean, how can we guarantee TAM's going to pay it next year? They might not. So now we're either on a path to paying $16,000 forever, to which I do not agree, or we have to at least have the beginnings of a plan for some alternate way so that we do not absorb it forever.
Okay, so I see the issues are really twofold. Number one, do we want to throw together an impromptu crossing guard program handled by the police for this one particular location? Or possibly, do we want to, well, and the other issue is, do we want the school district to absorb the cost if this particular location or another crossing guard location does not make the cut on the TAM list of priority locations of crossing guards to be funded through TAM? So I personally would like to just kind of table the police, option right now. The police council will not have time to meet before school starts. I think this is too short a time frame to be able to evaluate whether that's feasible, in my opinion. So getting to the issue of whether or not this $16,000 should be paid for by the school district or if it should be paid for by the town, I think it should be school district, but I recognize that they're already paying for one crossing guard. I want to make sure this one gets funded. I think we can be partners here. Maybe we partner this year with the message of the school district saying, next year, if all your locations are not funded by TAM, you're going to have to pick up the cost for those. Maybe that's how we address it. But again, I'm assuming the expectation was that TAM was probably going to fund the same locations as last year, which left them in the lurch, or in the hole for $16,000 for this particular unfunded location. So, I don't know. I mean, I get your dilemma with
No, I think, it's part of the larger issue we talked about. We're often pilloried, maybe correctly, for being profligate in the way we spend. So part of that is requiring that if we're ever going to do an extra expenditure, we do so because we have to. So to save our children from danger, we have to do that. But have we holding others to the same standards we hold ourselves that there has to be no alternative? I don't know. I
don't know. I'm not
we
an
are being
expert on
put,
their budget.
We are being put in
I get it.
in the 11th hour situation and told that it's irrational and unfair if you do not do this thing.
I get it. Putting words in.
No, that's what I railed about before on the other thing. I'm with you. I'm telling you, we're becoming a little crutch here, and it's totally unreasonable.
Right. I was surprised. I had asked for opinions about others about what do we think about giving money for the school bus challenge, and to see the additional requests come flying out immediately on the heels of that call made me think that what we're doing is soliciting the school districts and others to ask us for more money because we're giving it to some other source.
Exactly.
And that's the sort of message which troubles me because it indicates that that maybe we're not being as responsible as we ought to be. So I don't want to draw a line in the sand when that's an unfortunate analogy for tonight. I don't want
Feldspar.
I don't want to draw.
Line in the bark.
I don't want to draw a line that will endanger our children. and we are being presented with something which theoretically could do that. So I guess I don't really feel like we have an alternative.
Diane said it right. You know, we got to take care of the problem with absolute knowledge that we're not a cash cow. This has to be part of the school's responsibility.
Yeah, but our conduct it's not just our words, Michael. We can pound our fist all day and stamp our feet. What matters is what we do, not what's in our hearts. It's what our actions are. So if we believe that, we should act in that way.
Well, that's what we're going to give them, 16 grand, so that's fine, but next year they don't. I guess.
Can I make a motion? I move we approve the funding for this year, and we instruct the staff next year, don't send it to council if they ask for more.
Well, I mean, you know, there's always exceptions to everything, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Okay, I guess a year?
Well, are you going to restate your motion just?
Well, you can.
Well, nobody seconded it, Carlos, so it's unnecessary.
So you can start one.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to,
If you have an alternate motion, you could just make it and then we can.
yeah, to approve the supplemental appropriation to fund the crossing guard at Seawolf, Paradise Drive intersection for fiscal year 2016-17.
I'll second.
Battle of the seconds? You can give it to Jim.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's move on as quickly as we can. I'd like to let me just talk a little bit with my fellow council here about the plan for the rest of the evening. I don't expect to take action on either of the next two items, but we need to start discussion and get public comment and input on those things. So what I would like to do with your permission is kind of arbitrarily impose about a half-hour maximum for item 7, Roman numeral 4, and about a half-hour maximum for 7, Roman numeral 5. And then we can move on to something that, for example, the shared fire services and handle it in the normal fashion. But I think it's important to, first of all, who's here for the fire thing? Anybody? Thank you. Who's here for the long-term financial plan? Please raise your hand. All right, who's here for the Tamal Vista corridor study? Oh, that's the one. Okay.
Should we move that forward?
What's that?
Did the Tamal Vista first?
Yeah. The Tamal Vista.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's continue item 7, Roman numeral 4, till later in the agenda. And in fact, we might, okay, and let's get right to, can I have a motion for swapping 7, Roman numeral 5 with 7, Roman numeral 4?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Third.
Carla moved, I seconded.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that for the long-term financial, but it's important we kind of handle this as orderly as we can. So, Adam, please, can you start off by telling me what action, if any, are you asking for is tonight? I have
Sure.
read the report. This is really for the benefit of the group here.
Absolutely. Just give me 1 second just to organize a couple of things here. Tonight, we're recommending, the action would be tonight for the council to direct staff to take the recommendations in this report as modified by the council or as, direct staff to prepare zoning amendments based on the report that is before you tonight.
And what are the associated deadlines or flexibility in that schedule? As I understand it, the moratorium expires in October or September or something?
That's right, October. We can get into that discussion as well, but there is, our goal is to get a zoning amendment adopted as close to as possible as October 7th. We're using that as a benchmark. The fact is, practically speaking, we have some time after that date, to get something adopted. But I don't want to extend that too far. We're basically
You know, from my own perspective, for what it's worth, I don't want to get into discussion now. I don't agree with that. I think it's important to have something passed before the moratorium expires, or nothing at all, but that the decision-making process, I'd like to have concluded before the moratorium expires.
Okay, well, we can talk about that, but I think that's going to be a challenge based on our environmental assessment and work that we're already started. But again, that's based on the schedule, and there's no, I guess the point is that there's no difference, in my view, of, again, like I said, there's some flexibility on the schedule. The regulations will be well underway by then, but I'm not confident at this point we're going to get sort of an final adopted zoning ordinance by the council, and then the 30-day period after that for enactment by the October 7th. So there will be some period of time where there will be the end of the moratorium and new regulations not in place at that time. But it's, again, it's not, there's no effect. I want to be and we're jumping ahead, I think, into a different discussion, but an important one nonetheless, but there's no real effect of an application or something happening under regulations, the C3 regulations that are there today. That's ultimately the point, or the point I'd like to make on that.
Okay, I want to interrupt you for 1 second to derail a little bit our town business, to apologize to our consultants who have, for the long-term financial plan. It's probably as close to as an important thing as we can discuss, but it's not realistic, I think, to do it tonight, given everything else we've been. Would the council concur with me and make a motion to continue that to the next meeting?
Second,
Are you okay with that?
with
Jim, you okay with that?
apologies.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I feel sorry. I wish we could have let them know.
I'm sorry, the plan had been to do something quicker, but I recognize now, especially given what we just heard from Adam, that we need to get into this issue a little more. So my apologies. Can you take a vote?
Well, before we do that, what's your schedule like the first Tuesday in August?
He can come back August 2nd. Thank you.
First Tuesday in.
It is what it is.
Okay.
Councilmember Andrews?
Deferring it, yes. Continuing it, yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Councilmember Lapper?
Yes.
Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes. Again, I'm sorry.
That's right. It's better than 11:30 putting you all to sleep, so.
Don't you want to stay for the rest of the meeting anyway?
George, and I'm sorry to you too.
Yeah.
I don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
I'm being honest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Adam. Please continue.
Okay, so I'm going to start from the beginning so we can get into this and get into any discussions that obviously that the council has tonight on this issue. This is an important evening to discuss the Tamal Vista Corridor Study Report, listen to public comment, ask questions of staff, and ultimately decide whether, as I mentioned before, staff should take the next step and turn the recommendations in this report into new zoning regulations that will guide land use policy along the Tamal Vista corridor in both the near and the long term. As I mentioned, staff's recommending to council by motion accept the report and its recommendations with any modifications that the council believes warranted, and direct staff to prepare the ordinance amendments for the Planning Commission to review. Public hearings at both the Planning Commission and Town Council would be required for review of the proposed amendments when we expect they will be ready for review in September and October. So, as you know, the purpose of this corridor study was to engage Corte Madera residents, business and property owners, and other Corte Madera stakeholders in a very public, transparent, town-led process to come up with a series of specific community-supported policy recommendations that would directly inform new zoning regulations. The study was undertaken with the assistance of Metropolitan Planning Group, M Group, and in particular Dave Javid, who's also with me here tonight, sitting right here, who you've seen before at our joint Town Council Planning Commission meeting in April. We do feel that the process has been very successful in illuminating important planning principles that the Corte Madera community felt should guide new land use policies along the corridor. And as explained in the report, the vast majority of recommendations stem directly from those principles. Now, I think at the end of the day, the process itself and the outreach we did are what's going to make the new regulations that follow from this report successful. There's obviously not 100% consensus on everything, but I think our job was to really bring together as much of the information we heard from a variety of different people into a set of policies and recommendations that all of us can support. So I'm not going to, my intention wasn't really to go into the contents of the report in great detail tonight. It's in your packet. It's been out on our website since June 7th. I'm available, of course, to answer any questions you may have regarding its contents. But this is the process graphic we've all seen before and we've talked about. We're at this point in the process with the report being finalized here in what we hope in July. The report is basically broken into 5 chapters, with much of the content being a compilation of documents used during public outreach efforts to discuss existing conditions and regulations. Chapter 4 reviews the public outreach efforts that were made and the feedback that we received. And again, that's indicated both in the main body of the report and also in its appendices. The recommendations on pages 26 to 33 is where I think much of the attention this evening should be focused. These are just some summary slides of the meetings that were held. And I think we had a very robust outreach effort over the last eight months. And now I wanted to get into the recommendations briefly. I'll try to do the highlights of these. But generally, the recommendation chapter was organized into land use policy themes. The first 3 themes related to uses, permitted land uses, which is 5.1 in the report, intensity, density of uses, 5.2 in the report, and development standards, 5.3 in the report, would be used to directly guide the development of new zoning regulations. And so they can, as we go through these, they can be relatively easily translated into zoning amendments. Other recommendations in 5.4 and 5.5 would complement recommended changes to the zoning regulations, but would not have to be implemented in parallel to the zoning ordinance amendment. In general, the recommendations really can be viewed as a menu of policies that can either be advanced as a whole or individually as circumstances require or allow. We've also included in the report, under each recommendation, the rationale and intention behind each recommendation to just bring that sense of clarity to why those recommendations are actually being proposed. So just to try to go over this briefly, these are, as all zoning districts have permitted land uses and what's allowed and what's not allowed. The first one here is really about allowing new locally serving commercial uses. This was sort of a widespread support for this idea of bringing more local serving, neighborhood serving commercial uses that are allowed currently in our C1 and C2 districts into this area where they currently are not allowed. And also removing some uses from the C3 district today, such as car washes and used car lots and things like that, and removing those from permitted uses to make it more compatible with the residential character of the area. The second one here, we are recommending that residential uses are allowed in this area as a permitted use through a conditional use permit. I think, as discussed in the report, we looked at the existing conditions in the surrounding area, and what you see around our residential uses is generally a mixed-use area already to a certain degree, and that residential uses would be in keeping with the character of the area. In addition, there are significant locational advantages for housing here as opposed to housing in other areas of the town, given sort of its proximity to residential amenities and services. Nonetheless, there were some concerns expressed about housing in close proximity to the highway potentially. And the conditional use permit, I think, would provide that site-specific analysis, able to review on a case-by-case basis the appropriateness of, for example, location of residential uses on a particular site. The next category of recommendations relates to the intensity and density of development. And this is really about how much can be built on these sites. So to start, we're recommending preserving sort of the existing allowable commercial, or FAR, the floor area ratio, for commercial uses at 0.34. That's what's there today, and that's what we're proposing to maintain, or recommending maintaining today. Secondly, with respect to sort of this concept of mixed use, where residential uses would be allowed on these sites, we are looking at recommending a maximum of 15.1 dwelling units an acre, which is the minimum range that's stated in the general plan. General plan talks about 15.1 to 25 units an acre as the allowable density for residential uses in this area. But we're also doing something a little bit different than has been done before, in that we're combining that density with an FAR cap. So in a sense, there's a little bit more predictability about what the total size of a project built at that density would look like. I think the best way to talk about this is an example. If you have a 2-acre site, that's about 30 units can be built on that site, but it's got to be within 0.34 FAR, or 0.3 we're saying in this case, which means that you have about 26,000 total square feet of floor area to build those 30 units of housing in, which equates to roughly an average size of about 850 square feet or something like that. And of course, it could be played with, but that's just a general that puts a cap on the total size of the building, which again is, I think importantly, some predictability about, in a multifamily project, how large these structures will be. In addition, what we are proposing to do is require, as part of any residential development, that a small portion of it, relatively small portion, at least a minimum of some commercial development is included in development on that proposes residential. That would be 0.04 FAR, and that would have to be some locally serving commercial or other community serving use would have to occupy that space on the same site as the residential development. And that's really to keep the commercial character of the corridor intact as development occurs to a certain degree. The third one is a recommendation, but it was sort of acknowledged that more consideration should be, or more thought should be given to the idea of allowing the floor area ratio to increase to 0.5, which is obviously a higher, allows for more development on these sites than is currently allowed. And so that's the third recommendation in there. I would note this was something that the Planning Commission took up, and they felt that the 0.5 FAR could be appropriate, but at this point in time, without sort of an analysis being done as to how that might affect traffic volumes and other sort of potential strains on the infrastructure, it was not recommended at this time to go ahead and produce zoning regulations that would allow for 0.5 FAR. But if those studies and analysis came back and showed that it could be accommodated, that might be acceptable. So the third sort of set of policy recommendations that, again, could be readily translated into zoning ordinance amendments are development standards. These are the things such as setbacks, height and massing, distribution of floor area across a site. Most of these really relate to this idea that we had, and that was, I think, supported in the meetings that we had, of creating three distinct zones on each of these properties on the corridor, which most of them actually are pretty deep, pretty narrow and deep, stretching from Tamal Vista corridor to the highway. So there's this idea of a front setback from the property line of about 20 feet to allow for pedestrian enhancements or pedestrian public use enhancements in that area. That's the intent. Beyond that, and this is also something the Planning Commission considered, there should be another setback beyond that before a building could be located. But the idea is really that you have more of a neighborhood zone at the front end of the properties facing Tamal Vista, maximum height of about 25 feet, and then a higher intensity or higher height zone back towards the highway end of the properties, which could have a little bit more height as well, up to about 35 feet. And there were some considerations as well in the Planning Commission that additional height, you could get up to maybe 30 and 40 if for design or architectural reasons. And those things could be fleshed out again as we get into the text of the zoning ordinance amendments. Other standards were recommended for lighting and landscaping and parking in terms of development standards. And in addition, there were some needs to consider special conditions for sites that didn't really conform to the standard TD Ameritrade site, which was just a very small corner lot. Didn't have the same characteristics as the other one, and the Best Western Inn site, which also had two frontages and was a little bit different in the sense that its frontage and main entrance is off of Madera, not adjacent to residential uses on Tamal Vista Boulevard. Other recommendations in that section, these again were the ones that were not directly related to zoning ordinance amendments, but also recommendations of the report that could be helpful in moving forward. One is streetscape design guidelines, and this is really about what sorts of streetscape design we would like to see or would be appropriate for Tamal Vista Boulevard as improvements are made to the pedestrian and potentially bicycle circulation in the area. The second one is considering, again, mixed use and non-residential design guidelines. This is something else that could be considered as a next step. And then there's traffic, which I think is important to highlight, and I did highlight that in the staff report. You know, throughout the process, there really were concerns related to vehicular traffic, both in and around surrounding the study area. Those were cited as some of the most significant issues that should be addressed. I think time and again we sort of emphasized that we were dealing with 7 properties where we needed to really develop new land use regulations for those 7 properties and couldn't address broader traffic issues in the entire area through this process. But what we can do with regards to these properties is require project-specific traffic analysis and ensure that the proposals mitigate significant impacts if they exist. Consider requiring project-specific measures, and that's in the report, such as transportation demand management programs for commercial development that encourages people to, employees, for example, to carpool or use alternate means of transportation. Those could be built into project approvals. And then in parallel to this, really continue to work on broader issues and ways to try to help alleviate some of the traffic concerns and issues in the surrounding streets and areas. And that's expressed in the report. And I've also highlighted in the staff report an attachment that sort of was just intended to highlight the various different efforts to really focus on what is the real, or identify the problem, and then focus on potential ways of resolving some of those traffic issues. That is an attachment, I think attachment 2 or 3 to your staff report, and really is just a list of the various different things that, not the planning department necessarily, but I know Nisha has been working on a lot of these. A lot of these require a significant amount of funding, so it's not like, you know, it takes outside resources and grant proposals and a lot of ongoing effort to sort of see these through. But I did think it was important to show that there were a lot of things being done and a lot of focus on the broader efforts to address traffic concerns. And then recommendations for next steps are just moving forward in a way that allows us to, again, get new regulations in place as quickly as possible, but in consideration of the expiration of the moratorium. And the other two that are here, I think another important thing that can come out of this study and report is that we should really have a follow-up effort to see how these policies, which ones may be applicable to other areas in town that also are in, sort of have the same situation where they have this C3 zoning district and they're zoned for that commercial use, but the general plan also says that they should become mixed use. And has a different sort of land use designation. And so whatever lessons and whatever policies we think may be applicable there, we should sort of continue this learning process, and hopefully in the future we can do so in a more expedited way, I think. This was presented to the Planning Commission on June 14th. There's the minutes as well attached to the staff report, and I've also included in the staff report a summary that goes in a little bit more detail than what's up here on the slide. But I think it's fair to say, and we have the chairman of the commission here tonight, but the commission supported the recommendations, I think in general, that were outlined in the draft Tamal Vista Corridor Study Report. The main comments expressed were that I think there was some interest in seeing how we could incentivize as part of the housing component. And I'm not, there wasn't a sort of a vote by the commission on this. This is a summary of various comments that were made, so I don't want to make it sound like this is the sort of consensus of the commission, but there were some commissioners who felt that we should look to incentivize rental housing rather than for sale housing, or essentially think about the conditional use permit that's already required for sale housing in our multifamily zoning districts today. I mentioned about the increase of FAR, studying that further, but potentially that could be appropriate as well to encourage reinvestment in properties in that area. I mentioned as well about the additional setbacks beyond the initial 20 feet for depending on the type of use that was going to be proposed on the site. Height maximums I mentioned as well. And I think there was also real interest, and this is something that mirrored what we heard throughout the process, that it was important to figure out a good way to implement pedestrian and bicycle improvements along Tamal Vista Boulevard, as that was really seen as a critical to the future success of the corridor. and a way to enhance circulation in the corridor's also aesthetic character. Think about ways to obtain funding and should continue in parallel to the process, and further consideration should be devoted to coordination between individual site redevelopment and town capital projects, so that the implementation of streetscape improvements can be advanced as a comprehensive project. And then finally, there is also support for just the parallel efforts to address traffic concerns. So to conclude, I think my feeling is that the study report, the extensive public outreach that has been conducted, I think we believe it's resulted in a set of recommendations that is responsive and representative of the community's input and vision for the corridor. We'll hear more tonight. It sets forth, I think, sound and responsible land use policies that will allow redevelopment and reinvestment to occur, but at a scale and with uses and improvements that better reflect and support the surrounding residential character of the area. Believe it's consistent with the policies and programs identified in the Corte Madera General Plan and housing element, and provide a potential land use blueprint for other areas in town. And so we're hopeful that the process that we follow to arrive here tonight with this report and its recommendations really will allow for their successful implementation with the support of Corte Madera residents, businesses, property owners, and other stakeholders. So that's what I have for you this evening. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Adam. I have one question, guys, I know, but this is the one I want you to answer for me. How do we, or what has to be done so that somebody who submits an application for development the day after the moratorium expires is subject to the requirements or the policies and everything else in here so that the toolbox is available to our planning commission and to the town?
We're doing that. I mean, I think we are doing that. So there's the whole process, and I think if we want, we can get into the idea of vesting rights and what have you. But there's no way that an applicant come in the day after and basically drop an application and say, I'm developing under the C3 regulations, based on what we've
Prior to the moratorium? In other words,
post the moratorium.
Okay.
We are in a process, and I think that the town has the authority to change rules and regulations, and we are in a process that is very clearly stating an intention to change those regulations in a direction through this process, through a very well-informed process that has been inclusive of private property owners. So we've reviewed this in terms of vesting rights and those sorts of things, and there really is no viable way that an applicant come in and claim that they can develop something under the C3 regulations on October 8th when there's no permits would have been granted under those regulations, and we are in the midst of changing those regulations. So,
okay, thank you, Adam. Randy, let me ask you the question, though. The concern I have is that somebody could come in the day after it expires and say, in the absence of having passed the ordinance or whatever, it's as if it's the day before the moratorium went into effect, and that we do not have available the town's, within the planning commission or the town's toolbox, those things which are not yet codified in the form of an ordinance.
Yeah, and the difference in Adam and I and Judith Propp, who from our firm who advises the planning commission and is more the land use expert within our firm, talked about this today, actually. We spent a fair amount of time on the phone talking about this issue. The real issue with, and Adam put his finger on it, it's really a matter of whether somebody has a vested right to continue under the current rules that may still be in place when the moratorium expires. And when that really arises, where the risk is is where someone has gotten some type of an entitlement from the town already under the current rules. It could be a development agreement, it could be a permit of some type, and pursuant to that entitlement has reasonably relied and expended, for example, funds in furthering that project. And I think our view is that folks are going to be on notice, if not tonight, once the zoning amendments are introduced, that the rules are changing, and then ultimately what gets approved in terms of whatever application they put in is going to be governed by the new rules that are in place at the time that application is approved or the permits are issued, not at the time they actually submit their application. So we think that's exceedingly unlikely that, in the 30 days, 45 days between the time when the zoning ordinance may be finally adopted by the town council and when somebody submits an application, that anyone's going to have a viable claim that they're entitled to develop under the previous rules.
Okay. Any other questions for Adam? Jim?
Okay. In terms of the zoning ordinances you're thinking of changing, you're modifying the C3 zoning?
There's a variety of things we could do, but clearly the regulations under the C3 zoning would be modified.
That would flow all the way across town?
No.
So
No.
we're going to have a special C3 just for this?
Yes, the regulations that we're proposing would be applicable just to these 7 properties in town.
Okay. When are we going to see a zoning ordinance for hotels? 2 of the 7 parcels are hotel motels.
Sorry, so the question, is that
When are we going to see the zoning for hotel motels? Because 2 of the 7 parcels.
well, we're not recommending zoning for hotels. I mean, the recommendations are for that we would change the rules to allow a broader range of uses, not specify hotel zoning only for those particular sites. Obviously, there's another application out there that is moving, slowly through the process, but that is proposing that for one of the sites. But
Right.
yeah,
But I'm thinking that at least for 2 of the parcels, we could get zoning that could work for them. And then we've got 2 other parcels in town where hotel motels, I think they're non-conforming right now.
well, all of the districts and what we're proposing here is to clearly have zoning that would allow hotel uses as a perfectly permitted use. But if you're, maybe the question is, are you saying that we should have these sites rather than what's being recommended just be zoned for
I guess
hotels
what
or
I'm
motels?
saying is that within the area, the study area,
Yes.
allow hotels, have zoning written so that you can have a hotel.
Right.
And then if those 2 sites want to be hotels, they can be zoned that way. We also have 2 other sites in town that are currently used as hotels that are non-conforming because they're over 34 FAR. So is there a way we can write a hotel ordinance that would work for all 4 of the existing existing sites and do that and just apply that within the study area?
Is there a way? It would be a separate effort. We could do that, and let me see if I try to understand this. But the idea would be to just have a separate zoning district that would just allow hotel uses.
No, what I'm saying is,
So we do. All the what's being recommended is a district that hotels are allowed. They are zoned for that. But I think maybe it's about the FAR. Is it?
I guess what I'm thinking of is in terms of the study area has a bunch of parcels in it. And if a property owner of a particular parcel wants it zoned as a hotel, have a ordinance written for hotels where they can apply it for that particular parcel. okay? And not have to, I guess in terms of the study area, I'm thinking of you have sort of an inventory of zoning, permitted zoning usage, okay? One of them would be hotels. C3 would be put in C2 or C1 in that area if that meets that particular parcel's developer's needs, okay? And then create a new fourth one, which would be this mixed use.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of difficulty trying to follow the a proposal that you're
May
considering.
I ask a question?
Yeah.
I wonder if what Jim is getting at could maybe be accomplished through a change in conditional use, uses that are allowed, not through zoning. So I think if I'm hearing what you're trying to do, Jim, is you're trying to codify the floor area ratio that is allowed for hotels and motels. And I think I'm hearing, and maybe a few other things, but maybe that isn't done through zoning, but rather through another planning mechanism such as conditional use. I'm just going to throw that out there.
I guess really what I'm saying is within the study area, define mixed use as being a variety of different existing zonings, C1, C2, C3. And in effect, you're doing spot zoning within the area. And then, but to do that, we will need an additional one, or two additional ones. One would be hotel motels. And another one would be mixed use, where you have housing with your commercial.
I guess I'm having a little bit, because the idea here in what's being recommended for this corridor, let's sort of scrape the C3 from existence for a second and just say, what do we want to create here? And it seems what we're saying is, let's start fresh and let's create our own list of uses that should be allowed, ranging from bakeries to hotels, commercial uses, and those are all things that are permitted. Some of them may be conditionally permitted, some of them may be permitted by right. And those are the uses that should be allowed in this corridor. And they should all be governed by, if you're proposing a new one or a new development, they should all be governed by these new rules associated with the floor area ratio and the intensity and density requirements and the setbacks and this, the development standards that are proposed here. So I think we are zoning for hotels, or recommending zoning for hotels here in this area as one of the permitted uses here. And in fact, those uses would be conforming with the recommendations that are being proposed or recommended. Is that?
Yeah, I guess my approach is take a parcel, and if it's a hotel, zone it as a hotel parcel. Okay.
Right, getting back to the sort of, I think that was the first point. So in a sense,
I'm viewing the zoning as being a mosaic of different, within the study area, you have a mosaic of different zonings, okay, to reflect the best use for a particular parcel.
Okay.
Okay.
Carla?
Oh, I was just going to say, and I don't know if this was what you were trying to get across, but what I was wondering, insofar as the hotel motel parcels go, that the town is very strongly dependent upon the TOT from the hotels. And I was wondering if you couldn't zone the current hotels, the Best Western, Marin Suites, as just limiting its zoning to hotel, motels, so that somebody doesn't, say, swoop in years from now and decide to put in an office building that doesn't yield the revenue that a hotel motel situation was. So that was one thing I was wondering if you could do. And then my second question, and then you can respond either
Sure.
way, but then the second, with this C3 zoning, can you tell me what is considered light industrial use?
Sure, I'll try. I mean, this doesn't really relate to C3 zoning. I mean, it's I guess a general term, light industrial. Sometimes those are, let me think if I can think of some examples. Some light woodworking, things like that, some workshop type uses. I think different towns classify them differently, depending on how they want to classify certain uses. But certain types of warehousing might be considered light industrial.
Okay, you hit just what I was getting at. My concern was with warehousing.
Okay.
That on Tamal Vista, basically on one side of the street, by the freeway, you've got a whole melange of different things going on. On the other side of the street, where you have residential. And what my concern is that if there is an opportunity to put in warehousing across the street from what's currently residential, that then it's inviting large trucks to come in and out of Tamal Vista, perhaps double parking, but it is really having a real negative impact on the residential area that's directly across the street. And I was wondering if you might consider eliminating that particular use, because I can see where that could have a real harsh impact on residential as well as the traffic circulation.
And this is specifically
When you're-
across
Yeah, when
Tamal
you're-
Plaza. Are we talking about
when you're going
office?
along Tamal Vista that faces 101? On the side of the street where there's
Go back to
there's the DMV.
Yes.
There's the suites. There's the
Oh yeah.
Century
Oh,
Theater.
so in C3. Okay, so not allowing warehousing in this corridor.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
Because I think that that's going to really be detrimental for the traffic circulation as well as the residential character that's directly across
Sure.
the street.
Absolutely. Let me see. Right, and currently, yeah, so warehouses are currently allowed in C4 districts, the commercial service area, which is, so yeah, that's fine. That's, I don't think that we weren't intending to allow that, but we will make it, definitely can.
Okay, and because it could be, if something develops and then
Yep.
they have a huge storage facility, which is essentially warehousing.
No, absolutely.
That I think that should be singled out.
Warehousing,
And
okay.
that would be my suggestion. And then if you could address about restricting the zoning of
Sure, hotels.
those two hotels.
Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing, I don't see anything preventing a recommendation or a zoning ordinance amendment recommending that sites should be zoned for hotel only. And I think this is what I was somewhat, I think, what Jim was trying to or discuss a little bit as well. So, that's not an issue. I do think the narrower you sort of place in sort of in the abstract and sort of zoning, the narrower, the more limitations you put on actually what can happen on any given site. There are concerns about potentially unintended consequences, and it depends what your outcome, you're looking to achieve, but potentially that limits it limits the uses that can go on a particular site. So if anything wanted to happen differently on any of those sites, that would be prohibited, and it would potentially affect.
Probably we can get public comment and
Okay.
come back to questions from you.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, I would like to hear what, Adam, if you don't mind, we're going to hear what the
Absolutely.
public has to say, and then we'll come back with more questions from the council. I know Diane and Carla has to finish as well. Would anybody from the public like to speak to what's been said so far about the quarter study? Please step up to the mic, state your name and residence, and have at it.
Hi, David Kuhnhart, 141 Hill Path in Corte Madera.
David.
Hi. I think that the effort has been terrific in eliciting comments and agreement on what works for nearby neighbors and what constitutes what is called local serving or community serving. I think there's a great irony in the phrase local serving. I'll come back to that after, if I have time, after the primary points that I want to make. I think that it's terrific that there is a move to eliminate the car-oriented uses, vehicle storage, automobile painting, car sales, let's call it the drive-through beer barn and bait shop. Eliminate those, let's say, highway-oriented, temporary, in-out, car-oriented uses, and make more retail, bookstore, camera shops, toy stores, and so forth that are listed. All that's good. But I feel that the actual recommendations are inconsistent with the way or with any proper vision of how one achieves getting away from those automobile uses. Recommendation number one, which I don't think is actually consistent with what the Planning Commission's recommendation is to stick with the mistake of the .34 FAR. More than 20 years ago, we downzoned this whole area to .34. And there are a number of mistakes in that are both legal, organizational, and design. What piece of property in this specific area conforms today with .34? There's one. Actually, there's two. The movie theater, I think, and the DMV. Now let's take the DMV, because that is a one-story building that takes less than a third of the lot. That's FAR .34. Do we want that as our future form? Is that the design we're going for our future town anywhere? All across progressing metropolitan areas, folks are moving away from that little islands of buildings amongst a sea of parking with cars going across the sidewalk and serving that property, but rather getting to the end point of the desirable designs that Adam mentioned, which is more bike bed, better street frontage, integration of better community areas along all of the street frontage. How do you pay for those? You get those paid for by people who will develop something more dense than .34 and contribute those improvements along the corridor. That's how you pay for them. We don't have to pay for them. You get private property owners to do that. The second aspect that I think is mistaken is this idea that we should somehow separate the conditions and design for, I've already hit it, for commercial and for housing, and make the housing conditions less, even though the key problem, which is traffic, is not generated by housing. It's generated by the drive-through beer barn and bait shop. It is, if you look at the professional projections of traffic, it's not going to be apartments it's going to be various different kinds of car-oriented developments. So if I would go to 0.5 today, because that will make more of the properties that are in this zone legal.
David, are you close?
I'm close. I really am. On page 30, actually page 29, it's also called page 35, 5 of the 7 properties along the car yard developed at either 0.34 or above, with the corridor as a whole developed at 0.39. Don't continue keeping the illegality in place, because it will just take all of us much more time to resolve. And if we are serious, final point, if we are serious about doing any senior housing or affordable housing, 15 units to the acre doesn't cut it. We already have a very successful affordable housing property that's 30 units to the acre here. The 2 senior properties in Marin that are most successful are at 28, that's the Redwoods, and 60 units to the acre, that's the Tamalpais.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Hi there, Robbie Pelson. I have very strong feelings. Recently, a poignant point in my neighborhood was the only native homeowner, the only person who had actually grown up on our street, on our block at least, moved away and sold the house. And it's been a reoccurring cycle. Basically, as far as I know, no one on our block was born there besides me and my brother and some of the children. And it's just very poignant to see those relationships, so many relationships disappear over the years. And it just kind of was a very strong reminder that part of maintaining a small town character, the kind that is often prided in Corte Madera, is about moving with change, because people move away because they're able to cash out, and there's nothing, if they're going to downsize and make profit from their selling, right, they're going to move up north or somewhere else, because there's just nowhere affordable to live, nowhere place. And I almost, if there was more housing, then maybe Terry, who's now, I guess, up north in Shasta, maybe he'd still be in the neighborhood, and all of the experience and wisdom that he has. So it's in that spirit that I really hope that we think about increasing the floor area ratio for the residential use, because that's really it's important, because if we don't move with the times, we can just cause a lot of unnecessary suffering for ourselves, and just kind of take a lot of out of our community. So that's my opinion, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Here I am again, Jane Levinson, Tamal Vista. You know what? You could turn the air conditioning on. Off. Can you see how all these things are blowing? I mean, you don't need. It's freezing in here. Is anybody else freezing?
The truth was, I was falling. I asked for it to be turned on because I was having difficulty. It like wakes me up.
What?
So.
It's really free. I mean, look at. There's a wind. Anyway, that's part of my time. You know what? I'm sitting here listening to all of this about Tamal Vista, and I'm thinking, I've been here for 21 years, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. I am really concerned about what you're going to turn Tamal Vista into. I really am. Number one, we have a monstrosity down there that isn't even going to be able to start renting until after the first of the year. Number one, we have no idea what kind of traffic we're going to get from that, whatever it is. You know what? I went down the freeway the other day and I looked at the back of it again, and I thought to myself, it reminds me of something. You know what it is? It looks like a container ship that's gone ashore. That's what it looks like from the freeway. Next time you go down, you look at it. That's what it looks like. The back or the sides or the container ship. Anyway, we don't know what's going to happen with the motel. We have no idea, but part of that property extends down into Tamal Vista, a great length of property. I never realized until I looked the other day how much of that fenced-off area belongs to the motel. We don't know what's going to happen on Tamal Vista until these things. I don't know. I'm very unhappy with the whole thing, and I just hope that with the bicycles and the traffic and the school traffic after 3 o'clock coming from Redwood High School, I can't go north anymore after 3 o'clock. I have to go south and then get on the overpass, and then get on the Tamalpais overpass and then head north that way. Can't go that way anymore. So I'm depressed about the whole thing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Jane. I wonder if I might mention, though, if you have any specific comments about the study itself or the proposed recommendations or rules and regulations, those are things which be the sort of thing that might change what's making you unhappy about it.
Well, but we don't know what's going in. I'm sorry to take.
all
I'm
right.
sorry. What's going into the movie theater? I mean, I think you people know something that we don't know. Do you know? You talk about 7 parcels. What 7 parcels are up for grabs? Has anybody said, when you lift a moratorium, I want to come in and do this? We would like to hear those things that are possibly going to happen. What's going in at the movie theater other than a furniture store? Is it going to be 2-story, 3-story? We would like to know. The parking lot. I'd like to know what's planning to be put on all that property. Do you really not know, or do you know and you don't want to tell us?
I mean, I can't speak for the other 4. I personally don't have knowledge of these things, but what's in front of us is how do we want that corridor to be developed? And if that's what's making you unhappy, now's the time to say, what specifically could we do to make it develop in a way that wouldn't make you unhappy?
I can't answer the question. You've got the freeway behind the. I don't know. I can't answer the question. I just hear all this, and I wonder. I don't even understand some of the technology or the technicalities of it. It's not my department.
Jane, I'm not minimizing your comments. They're important to me, but it's hard to act on the empathy I feel for you unless you provide me with a specific thing that we can do for you.
Well, I would like to see more residential, because to me it's a residential neighborhood. On the west side of the street of Tamal Vista, it's a residential neighborhood, and I would like to see more housing like that, possibly 2 stories. Don't block people's views. But on the other side, it's ending commercial. But boy, I sure don't want to. When you say hotel, that really scares me. I just can't imagine more traffic on Tamal Vista, because hotels bring parking, bring cars, bring motels, cars, traffic. And it's there's too much unknown. I don't know what to say, because I don't know. I can't answer the question. It just makes me very unhappy to see our neighborhood going the way it sounds like it's going to go. A bakery, we've got a bakery already. We've got a nice bookstore. We have whatever is in that. I don't go to those places. I mean, I don't make use of them.
Okay, thank you.
I can't help you.
Barbara Garcia, 116 Walnut Avenue. I've read a third of the report, up to page 30. I skimmed through the rest of it. I think it's a very good comprehensive report. I think some of the recommendations are very good. The long list of potential uses for C3 was intriguing and even thoughtful. Some I had never considered. There were a couple of paragraphs that sort of were little red flags for me, and I would like to. The one is the density from 15.1 to 25.0, dwelling in gross acre, and up to 31.0 dwelling units per gross acres, meeting state requirements for density bonuses. That word, density bonuses, made me think, are you inferring that the state gives counties extra bonus for increasing density? And if that's true, and it seems to be, please don't have those dangling carrots in front of you that say, hey, if you give me this 5-story building here, we're going to give you $250,000 in tax revenue. We want to keep the character of Corte Madera pretty low key. At least I do. And I'm beginning to think that because of my age, I'm probably in a minority, because I think the younger people today that are in Corte Madera or want to be are probably looking more for housing because they can't afford wherever they are. Not that Corte Madera is inexpensive by any means. But personally, I like the idea of more small type retail business along that Tamal Vista corridor, ones that would not require a lot of traffic. And I'm not going to even try to say which ones those might be, but there are a few in that list that certainly would have less egress, than others. A furniture store is probably one. Certainly a car wash isn't. But I would hope that any of those developments that come up, we're still going to have some public meetings on, and we'd be able to talk about it and get responses. The other was the reduced parking requirements allowed for residential units if you are within a quarter mile of a transit stop. I think it's ludicrous to assume that people who are going to rent an apartment or going to rent a home even are going to use public transportation and not use their cars. So I don't know if that's something that is supposed to entice us to build a little bit more than we can accommodate the parking for, but please don't be put into that kind of a foolhardy thing too. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. And, after we finish public comment, I think Adam will probably define the term density bonus for you. Thank you.
And I would also ask that Adam address the parking requirements within a quarter mile of transit stops, frequent transit stops, or TPPs, or whatever the terminology is. Thank you.
Becky Reed, Council Crest. One more thing that I'd like Adam to answer in talking about the two hotels and possibly designating them as required to be hotels. When one of those is for sale, I'm just very curious how you can retroactively designate that if you do sell, it has to mean what it is now. I just want to know how. I'd love it, but I don't know how it can be done.
Thank you, Becky.
Good evening, Peter Chase, Chairman of the Planning Commission. I feel compelled to provide further color commentary and in-depth information here. We spent a lot of time looking at this great information that this gentleman compiled for us. There's a plethora of depth and information that Adam can draw upon to really write these ordinances, and I think it's pretty sufficient that he can go to town with what's in that report. The issue of the FAR was important to us, and the traffic studies were very important to us. So we felt, and it's in the notes, and I'm not adding commentary here particularly, that truly getting beyond that current 3.4 and assigning a 0.5 density would be irresponsible without a proper traffic solution in place. And that it is actually the town and Larkspur's responsibility to help resolve what's occurring over there, and that's a paramount consideration to put outside of this ordinance and so forth for the town to act upon, and to actually get a decent bike, sidewalk plan in place, find the funding for a grant to design it, and imprint it over the corridor so that when anything transpires, there's a plan in place. It costs money to do that. There's kind of a plan now, but it really means putting someone on that to show what it looks like and make sure that that's in place for anything that takes place along that corridor. So we couldn't move forward with going to a higher density without proper traffic. We know the Wind Cup is not going to get occupied for quite some time, and that's going to be an impact. And we don't know that impact. So if we knew what was going on and we could see it, we might be open to saying 0.5 was all right, but we can't and we don't, and there's no solution for traffic in place. So we were very reluctant to move forward on that. So I think that was an important element of this, but strongly support what I think Adam has enough information to go write some ordinances for this is a blanket C3 zone in
Bless
there
you.
that he can cover with the new uses. We did edit some uses. You can get into the weeds on that, but he's got enough information to write it very succinctly and carefully and know what the intent is of the commission and the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Peter,
Yes.
can I ask you, when you're looking at this corridor, are you viewing it as being a commercial area that has a little housing, or is it housing with commercial?
You know, the community input really came out to say that the bottom floors of buildings ought to be commercial and possibly up to the street or back from the street a little bit with some incentivized housing on top, if possible.
So basically, commercial plus housing.
If somebody came with that proposal.
Okay.
And I think that the potential of uses available to them does not dictate that that's the way it has to be, but that if somebody brought that before the department, that it could be worked to include that. And we wanted to incentivize it so that employee housing or senior housing, something could be put up there, create a sense of community, people who are local to the area, using the area, and want to use the stores and walk around. That was really what the sort of information was that came out of those hearings.
Okay. And if it's not used for housing, it'd just be commercial?
Could be, yeah.
Okay.
Office space or something like that.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks.
Anybody else from the public?
Good evening. My name's Jack Chakowski. I'm the managing partner of the Marketplace Shopping Center. And we appreciate all the extended work that Adam and his group have done on examining the C3 usage and modifying it. We think it's very important. I mean, we've owned the center now for 12 years, and we've been working 5 years at least with the town, with Adam's predecessor, to modify the zoning on that site, just because so much of the C3 use, as you've talked about, is got automotive or boat components to it, certainly don't fit with what the Marketplace has had and currently has, and where we want to continue to go with it. So we are very much in favor of what the work that's been done and trying to get book passage out of the legal non-conforming status and get some of the other uses that are so neighborhood serving that are within the C1 and C2 zoning, which is really, frankly, where we should be. And so hopefully you'll continue to work on this and get us back to where I think we really should have been a long time ago, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your business. Anybody else from the public?
Hello, Jimmy Turner. I represent the owner who purchased the Century Cinema site. So I work for Scandinavian Designs. I'm the store designer for them. We recently purchased this property end of last year, and it was because the cinema couldn't make a profit on that site. I think cinemas can't really operate profitably with one cinema nowadays, so I believe they're probably looking elsewhere to create another megaplex somewhere. They're currently operating as one of our tenants, our tenant on that site. And we're really just kind of allowing them to kind of run their course until they decide to move on to their larger Cineplex, wherever they decide to put that. We have seen Adam's plan. I've been working kind of closely with him to try to understand what the town wants to do with that. And I think it's very flexible for what we might do on the site. We don't have any plans. We haven't gone any direction with what we're going to do. We do know that we are going to relocate our furniture store that's in San Rafael, downtown San Rafael. So that's one of the things that will go on this site. And that most likely will go up against the 101, which is conducive to what you've been laying out with the plan, kind of a two-story building close to the 101, and then kind of stepping down with more central public space, and then community serving smaller tenants close to Corte Madera, or close to Tamal Vista Boulevard. So I just want to say that plan that Adam has laid out with his team is very flexible for our development of that site. And again, since we took over this site, it's in the deed that we're not allowed to operate a cinema or a theater on that site. I don't know if it's a competition thing for Century, but that's one of the uses that is not allowed for that site. But we, based on the typical size of our furniture store, it should allow us to get 1 to 2 smaller tenants along the Tamal Vista corridor. And we hope to be able to work with the community to figure out what that is.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you considered simultaneously having both your Scandinavian design on this plot and continuing some movie theater type operation or entertainment venue?
Entertainment, yes, but we're not allowed to operate a theater per the deed.
I'm still chewing on what you said. I've never heard that fact before, that there's a deed restriction on that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Put on it by Century Cinema.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for coming out tonight.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, well, more question. Adam, please, Carl, I'm sorry, I cut you off before. Diane, I'm sorry that you didn't get your chance yet. Let me say one thing, both for the public and for my fellow council members. So, our rules require meetings to end at 11 o'clock, except by motion. So at 11, I'll call for a motion, and we're only supposed to extend it for half an hour. We, in fact, as a practice, have not complied with this, but I read the rules, and what it says is our meetings go till 11, but it can be extended by motion for another half hour. Because I want to do the fire thing. Adam.
We bury that in the unanimous consent.
All right, I'm going to try to, and please, if somebody could help me out, but I'm going to try to address the questions that came up. I know one was about parking. There was another one before that.
Density bonuses.
Oh, density bonus, right.
And I'd throw in, what concessions can a developer ask?
Well, so, I mean, we could have a whole meeting on what the state law regarding density bonuses is, and I don't intend to do that right now at this late hour.
Adam,
but,
can you just dumb it down? What is a
well,
density bonus?
first I want to point out that that's current, so the reference to those density ranges, the 15.1 to 25, and then a density bonus allowing up to 31 units an acre is in our general plan today. That's where it comes from. That's describes the allowable residential densities in this mixed-use commercial land use designation in our general plan, which covers many areas of our commercial districts. What we are proposing is maximum 15.0.1 units.
No, but
per
Adam,
acre.
just go back a step. What does it mean that you get a bonus for density? In other words,
Oh, yes.
you're allowed to
Well,
put extra
I was
units
just going to
on-
get to that. Yeah. So the maximum would be 15.1. If you provide, pursuant to California Government Code, I don't know the section, but pursuant to state law, if you provide a certain number of units that are available to, there's different categories. There's very low income,
Right.
Low income, and moderate income, but it's really geared towards.
Affordable housing.
Well, it's really, there are specific, I mean, I don't like to just blanket everything with affordable housing because it is tied to median incomes and there's certain benchmarks. Then you qualify automatically for what is deemed a density bonus, and it can range from anywhere from 20% to 35%, depending on how much actual housing geared towards lower income individuals is on the site. So that's what is meant
does
by
that
the
make sense? Okay.
density bonus law.
Adam, can you just clarify that it was the state legislature that passed that, granting density bonuses to developers? That is not something the town council passed.
That's correct. In order to be clear and transparent about what we say in our rules, though, when we say a maximum density in our zoning is 15, it can be increased, though, through this state density bonus law.
In compliance with the requirements of the
with
state law.
Yes, that's right. So I just want to. So that's what that's all about. So and when we were saying 15.1, if somebody wanted to take advantage of a 20% bonus, they could get to 18 units an acre. 18 units an acre through a 20% increase, and so on. It could go up from there up to 35%. You know, as far as parking, I was trying to figure out where in our report that is mentioned some of our current rules related to parking. I mean, in general, there are provisions, and I think these also come from state law, but we've adopted some provisions, I know, for example, that allow for the reduction of parking when housing is located in proximity to public transit. It doesn't require that happen, as far as I can tell. I know, for example, second units, if a second unit, we have a provision in our code that says if a second unit is within a quarter mile of a public transit stop, the planning director may not require a parking spot for that second unit. So there's provisions like that reference this quarter mile distance or radius from a public transportation, but there's nothing that requires, as far as I did a quick look again at the parking regs, and that as a standard require that, and that could be changed or modified as we so choose in this zoning district. So that's the parking. And there was something, I think Becky had a question about. Well, you know, I that just speaks to, I think there's discretion. We're going through I think a lengthy public process based on an analysis of existing conditions and so on and so forth. So it would be based on basic planning, fundamental, the police power that the council has to enforce or enact zoning laws to say that something is designated and rationally designated as a hotel site. That's not to say that it couldn't be, there couldn't be challenge to that, or that somebody wouldn't disagree with that, but there's definitely a case you could make that it's appropriate.
But to do that, you need to have a hotel motel zoning.
That's right.
Ordinance.
You'd have to, well, you'd have to create a zoning district that's only allows for hotels and motels. I think that was the question. All right.
No, my question is if you wanted to have a parcel zoned hotel motel, you need to have the zoning ordinance in place to do that.
Yes, you'd have to create that zoning ordinance amendment.
And my question is when are we going to have it?
This is part of the discussion we're having tonight. If that, this is, we're not recommending that approach, but that is part of the discussion we're having through this process.
Thank you, Adam.
Would
Anybody
you
else?
mind if we asked Randy his opinion?
Of course.
Of what was just outlined, and that is designating the existing hotel sites as hotel only, precluding other uses of that property, and what the legalities are.
Well, if you're talking about picking out particular parcels and saying those two parcels are going to be zoned in a particular way as opposed to a larger area, I think and this might be something better done through a memo to you folks and not advertised to the world, but I think there'd be some issues there we'd want to look at in terms of whether that might constitute spot zoning that could create problems.
Even if they're already being used as that, we're still maintaining the same use?
I think we should follow up. I really do, given there's another application out there that's proposing a hotel, motel only zoning district. I'd leave that for, that's precisely the application.
Wait, say that again?
We have an application before us that's proposing a hotel, motel
In the
zoning
moratorium
district.
area? Or in another
Yes.
part? Oh.
Yeah.
Proposing or opposing?
Proposing.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't know that.
No.
Okay?
Can I ask another question? If the goal is commercial below and housing above, and the height limit is 3 stories in the area, why isn't the minimum commercial 10 to 15% of FAR?
Sorry, why is the commercial, why is
You-
it?
You have 4% commercial minimum, and
It's about 10%, actually. The .04 of .34 is about 11%.
take .34, you divide it by 3, you get something north of 10.
Yeah, it's 30. But
Okay. And you have .04, I believe, don't you?
which is about 11% of .34 FAR, right?
Hey, Jim, let's give Diane a chance, okay?
Thank you. I'm going to try to condense this down a little bit. First of all, signage was not addressed in this at all. I think at some point that would be useful to maybe revisit our sign ordinance, or in a future draft, maybe address that. And I'm talking both Tamal Vista side as well as Freeway side, including especially the lit signs, internally lit up signs. I wanted to mention that I think it's important to have a setback in the rear on the freeway side, and I know that's in here, to prevent massing right up against the freeway. However, there's been talk for a very long time of setting aside a little space back there for a potential future multi-use path. The benefit to having a multi-use path on that side is you are not directing all the cyclists in front of a bunch of driveways. So if we are setting aside anyway, let's just consider the amount we might need for a multi-use path. Also, I would want to ensure that the 20-foot front setback that's been identified in the recommendations for pedestrians and pathways is sufficient to allow what we're envisioning, along with a green, some kind of a green space buffer. I know there has been some talk about what exactly we would want, but now's the time to ensure that it's enough space for cycle track in both directions, as well as a walkway for pedestrians, and that they're separated by a small planting area or something like that. I appreciated that you put something in here to consider a 0.5 FAR for projects with desirable community benefits. And I'm thinking here maybe senior housing or something like that. So I appreciate that you put that in here, and I recognize that the Planning Commission was concerned about traffic. There are a lot of several proposals that we have put together. We're trying to get funding. There was a report, I believe Nisha probably created that was one of the attachments. So I appreciated you including that in the packet. I wanted to mention that the last one that was listed, I believe, was referring to a Parisi study of traffic along Tamal Vista. I actually got a draft of that just today. It shows that single occupancy vehicles during the morning crunch time and the afternoon and evening crunch times constitutes about 70% of all the vehicles. So single occupancy vehicles. This isn't your carpools, this isn't, the commercial trucks. And, according to the study, it's not even necessarily just the school traffic, it's the single occupancy vehicles. So folks, when you think about traffic, traffic's all of us. It's all of us. And, there's no magic bullet solution. It's like that in many other congested areas around the county. And I know at Transportation Authority of Marin, we discuss how we need to apply multiple different little solutions in order to get the traffic down small increments. But if we can get it down to the point where all of a sudden traffic is free-flowing again, we're in good shape. But there's no one magic bullet for solving the traffic issue. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And every time a new project comes up, we need to encourage, and again, this was in here that I really appreciated, we need to encourage carpooling and all kinds of other things, as well as ensuring bike paths and walkways. Getting kids to take bike paths and not having to be in a single occupancy vehicle with their parent, I think is one of those ways we can take at least a little bit of the traffic off the road. And finally, this was easy to read. Good job. Thank you, both of you. I appreciated all the public outreach. Really, I think you did a terrific job. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with Diane's comments there. I don't think we're going to expect to take action now because you've received all kinds of comments that you need to sort of integrate, right?
Yeah, it would just be direction to proceed with, if possible, to proceed with to proceed with preparing ordinance amendments
Carla, you're good
based
with
on
it?
sort of what's in the report and some of the comments we heard tonight.
I cut you off before.
And where it's practicable to implement some of the suggestions that
Absolutely.
we've gotten this evening.
Michael?
Yes?
Anything?
What's Tamal Vista Court?
Diane?
That's good.
I just wanted to add one more thing for Jane. Did she leave, though?
Yeah, she's done.
Oh, all right. I'll send it. Until the gentleman from Scandinavian Designs showed up today, I knew nothing other than they had bought the parcel, which I heard in the news multiple months ago. So it's not like we're privy to all this great information. We're not.
Right.
Nor did we know that there was a deed restriction.
I had no idea.
Or did we?
And somebody might have,
Just
but
kidding. Come on.
Cinemark never told me, and I talked to them about it, and they never mentioned it.
Okay. I'm kidding. It was a joke. All right. Thank you. So do you have direction?
I think so, yes. I
Okay,
have-
great.
I have-
Let's move
I mean,
on.
is it- you wanna-
Thank you very much, Adam, and thank you, by the way.
Okay.
Nisha? I thought you were about to.
Is this
okay.
7-6?
All right. Thanks, Phil. Okay, all good. Yes. Shared Fire Services Agreement. Consideration and possible action to approve agreement for shared fire services. Report from Todd Cusimano, Chief of Police, item 7, Roman numeral 6.
Can I move to provide, no, just kidding.
Oh, can somebody move to continue the meeting for half an
I
hour,
move to
please?
continue the meeting for a half hour.
A second.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Yes.
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert?
No.
Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Does it
Really?
have to be unanimous?
Really? It's passed, it's done.
Well, hold on, does it have to be unanimous?
No.
I have I didn't consider the idea that I would have a Michael on the council, so I didn't think.
If you disagree, then you can go home.
Really? Really? It's passed, it's passed. You get your half hour, let's go, move.
I think.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
There's more after this, so.
Go ahead, please, Todd.
This is a bad start. Okay,
I'm going to keep this simple. Chief Schertz and I are here to answer any
We're
questions.
continuing the meeting, please. Thank you.
Chief Schertz and I are here to answer any questions you may have. This is a follow-up from our last joint council meeting with the city of Larkspur. Everything in this this packet is it's not new to you. You've seen this before. You saw it at the last meeting. What I want to point out are two things. Page 2 at the top of fiscal impact, it speaks to Vice Mayor first, your concerns and direction and other council members, and it's specific to ensuring that we manage and pay attention to how we spend and share our monies to make sure it's equal on both sides. And so we've met with the managers and Chief Schertz, and what we recommend that we do is we will manage this on a payroll basis, and on a monthly basis we'll evaluate the sharing of all costs. What we also recommend as we move forward, on page 3, you can see the next steps of the ad hoc committee as we start to problem solve and work through all the issues that we have to work through. Many of those and others are the concerns and expectations you've all set and made very clear to us in the last meeting. We understand what the expectations are, and that's what we'll work towards. And so on a monthly basis, we recommend that we come back to you and just have a quick agenda item, and we give you an update of the work that we're working towards, as well as ensuring that the sharing of costs are equal. If they become unbalanced at a 5% plus increment, we will problem solve that, and we will work towards a solution and report that to you. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Please, yes, sorry. Yes.
Maybe we should do the public come back, because I have comments.
Usually we
rather
have
than
our
questions.
clarification questions first. Okay, any member of the public would like to speak to this? Thank you for coming, by the way, Todd. Yes?
Thank you for staying.
Okay, so questions for Todd?
Well, these were concerns that I did bring up at Police Council. And that is one, just to clarify that should more efforts continue towards this consolidation right now in, let's see which number, well, whatever number it is. The deal was that, no, here it is, number 13 on page 4, that Chief Schertz is reporting just to Larkspur City Manager and not to the Corte Madera Town Manager. And I wanted to make sure that that doesn't continue if there's consolidation. The other thing was I felt that actually doing a formal consolidation by December 31st might be premature, because so far I haven't really seen any of the fiscal benefits to our town. And this is silly, this is picky, but on number 14, Shared Services of Battalion Chief Fire Marshal spelt with one L.
So that's the police chief in me. Thank you, Carla. We'll correct that.
Okay.
Thank you.
It just jumped out. So anyway, basically those two things that that concern me. The fact that for the next few months that our acting Chief Schertz doesn't formally, within this agreement, report to our town manager. And then also, my concern is that pushing this, or putting the end date of December 31st, I'm concerned that that might be pushing it, or be a little bit too ambitious.
If I may answer both of those, because I work closely with Tom Bertrand, who authored this MOU, and we did as we explained in the last meeting, you heard the response from the panel, but what I'll tell you is that the way we've set this up, and please hold me accountable and responsible to this at the end of the day, because I work closer with Cheap Shirts than anybody else in both cities and towns. And we're working together through this. And when you share services, you can do it for a short period of time. You can't do it for a long period of time because you get into problems just like this. Your concerns are valid. So that's the first thing. But I'll tell you, just from a day-to-day, an operational, fiscal, a shared services standpoint, there is no one at the manager level that works closer with Scott than I do. It's just a fact, and that's the way this is set up. And so the budget models, the sharing of service models, that's between Chief Shirts and I. And so again, I feel comfortable with where we're at right now, and I'm giving you my word that that's what's happening. And if it doesn't, please hold me accountable in December. And we picked the December date in section 15. I'm sorry, where is it? Section 19. Section 18, I'm sorry, page 6, section 18, evaluation of formal consolidation of fire services. We are not going to be able to consolidate in December of this year. We picked the end of the year because we felt it was enough time to actually merge the operations, to evaluate the sharing of cost, to evaluate the service delivery, all of the concerns that this council brought up at the last meeting, all valid. We would have a good sense of we're not projecting saying we think this is going to work. We're going to be able to tell you, hey, this is going to work, or we still have 5 things to work on. And it's a good date for us to kind of come back and evaluate. And again, to go back to saying, hey, is this working with our relationship of sharing services? And is this something we want to move forward on? We believe this date is far enough out, but close enough where we can get enough done to basically report back to you and give you some good options and set you up for the best success to make the best decision possible towards a consolidation or not. And that's I think the December date gives us that. To give you an idea, I really honestly, if we look at this thing and we're being realistic and we think we can consolidate, we're probably looking towards the end of this fiscal year to do it right. We have a lot to work on. But in December, we're going to be able to come back to you and give you a good idea. You'll know one way or the other which way this is going to go, I think. And it also gives us an opportunity in December, if things go wrong, we can stop and undo what we did. We don't have too many personnel. We can undo things if we have to. I'll tell you that I'm very optimistic. I see a lot of similarities to the Central Marin Police model, but we have a lot of work to do, as you pointed out in the last meeting. So,
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for Todd?
I have one question. Where do we stand in terms of LAPCO? Do they even know how to evaluate this merger? Because I guess there was a new law passed.
Right. Lucky for us, Dan Schwartz on the Larkspur side, that's his background. Okay. And he has a lot of work with LAFCO. And so what we're trying to do is meet with them right now. We don't believe we fall under that provision, but nevertheless, we're going to work closely with them. We have probably done more fiscal analysis at this point than they would do anyway, and so we're going to try to share that fiscal analysis with them and see if it meets their criteria with the local LAFCO. But they have done similar analysis. They're capable of doing it. Our argument is that our analysis is thorough and complete, and we've done it, and we want them to accept that analysis instead of forcing us to pay for an outside LAFCO analyst and spend up to 6 figures to do that. And so that's what we're going to try. That's our first step. If we are not successful in that first step, then we will talk to our legal counsel and we will evaluate fighting or evaluate next steps with LAFCO.
Yeah, and can I just add to that, just that LAFCO also worked with Sausalito, Southern Marin with their consolidation too. So, and I think they expect that they'll be dealing with the JPA for this.
Yeah, and I think again we're in good hands with Dan Schwartz. He's been on top of this and really helping us and providing the expertise, and I think we're confident that they will accept or consider our analysis.
Yeah, I was just more concerned that if they have to invent the wheel, it'll delay everything.
Yeah, they don't have to reinvent the wheel, but there's a cost to it, and our argument is here's our analysis, please evaluate it, and can you consider that without forcing an outside person to come in?
If I could just add also that the LAFCO director recently reached out to the fire chiefs and has asked for input from the Marin County Fire Chiefs Association as they try to develop an implementation of this new law that you're referring to.
Okay.
You know, they're open to taking suggestions on streamlining the process, and fortunately, the Marin County Fire Chiefs are, 100% behind the types of things that we're proposing. So we're kind of pushing them to
Again, we're confident that we could meet those by the December date.
Okay.
Should be okay.
Very good. Anyone else?
No, I would say thank you for adding the fiscal information.
Yes.
And I would move to authorize the town manager to execute an agreement between the town of Corte Madera and the city of Larkspur for shared fire services.
Second?
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert? Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to town manager and council reports. Are there any that must be made at this meeting?
You're missing something.
What am I missing?
Yeah, consent
No, well, the consent comes after that.
and
Mario.
Oh, did we miss it? I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Mario, my bad. I must have a page that I just, please.
7-7.
You're right. I'm sorry. Totally forgot. Sorry, we forgot item 7, Roman numeral 7, consideration and possible action to adopt resolutions, the Parks and Rec fee schedule. Oh, to reduce the fee for failing permit. Got it.
I'll be very brief. Yeah, so in the last several months, as I mentioned in my
Thank you,
staff
Mario,
report-
for waiting, by the way.
No problem at all. We have received renewed interest in filming permits in the town of Corte Madera. Some have been executed, some have not. The consensus has been from those who have not pursued it that the fees that we require for filming in Corte Madera are too high. Staff did a research on the filming fees throughout the county of the different cities, and we are proposing lowering the fees on a scaled version to fall in line with the other cities. Not all the cities do a scaled model, but in terms of the impact to the community, traffic, et cetera, I think it's actually a fairly practical and the way to go for our community, because there are a lot of areas where people have interest, which, for example, the park, where small camera crews are available for use in the park, and there's also higher productions where they're using homes where there's a lot of vehicles and cars and traffic. So it allows us to be flexible with the size of the production. And those fees, so currently the fee is $2,000 per day. And that also does not include if there are any charges to the police department for traffic control, or public works, or the fire department perhaps, that may be needed for other services to execute that permit. So that would still, we still would include those fees as needed, but the filming permit fee itself would be based on a scaled model of 1 to 3 people on crew would be 150 per day, 4 to 6 would be 200 per day, 7 to 9 would be 300 per day, and 10 plus people would be 700 per day. And that's in line with a few of the other cities and what they do. And be happy to answer any questions you may have on that.
Any questions, clarification questions? Would any member of the public like to be heard on this matter? All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Would anybody like to make a, yes, question?
Yes, I will be making a motion, but I just wanted to encourage you to approach those filming companies who have approached you recently and let them know that our fees have been lowered, because maybe we'll get something going.
That's a good idea.
All right, I move to adopt the amendments to resolution number 05/2015 for proposed Parks and Rec fees for fiscal year 2015-2016.
Second?
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes. Very good. All right, Mario, item 7, Roman numeral 8, consideration regarding and possible action to allocate Centennial funds, the amount of 16 grand for Art Weekend.
Right, so in last year's capital project budget, there was $110,000 that was earmarked for Centennial activities for this current fiscal year. We did make that adjustment to 105. We moved $5,000 to last fiscal year. And the intention and direction from council was that we approach and vet the expenditures of those funds to you. And what we're proposing for the month of October is a cultural art event where we will be doing outreach to local artists in Corte Madera and Marin in the Bay Area to bring their artwork to display for the weekend. And we would be involving as many local artists as we possibly could. The open call would first and foremost be targeting them to supply some art that is in the spirit of celebrating the 100th birthday of Corte Madera. And we have been working with a group of artists out of Berkeley, one who grew up in Corte Madera, and to curate this event. And they would be providing the professional services and the art contacts that we'd be looking at to bring in, organizing the different artists and putting together the shows that we'd be providing for that weekend. The other component to it is it would also be a venue for the artists to sell their work. And we have met with Spark to allow us to be able to donate a percentage of proceeds of those sales to Spark to encourage their mission of art and music and technology in our local schools. And the proposed estimated budget of $16,000 would come out of those Centennial funds that are earmarked, and we'd be looking at the first, most likely second weekend of October, not to be conflicting with Oktoberfest this coming year.
Okay. Any clarification questions for Mario? Yes.
Considering in a couple of neighborhoods do not attend the Larkspur Corte Madera schools and would not benefit from the contribution to Spark, have you considered making that contribution either to another organization or at least making a portion of that contribution possibly to the Reed schools?
We, in the very beginning conversations amongst the group that we've been working with, one thought was to go to talk to the Corte Madera Community Foundation and sort of make that see if they'd be interested in using that as a project to branch out. But we actually have not reached out to the Reed School District, but we can certainly do that. I think that'd be very possible to do.
And, I think a token contribution, would probably be adequate. But I think it's important in the bigger picture for us to recognize that there are a whole lot of kids that don't go to the Larkspur Corte Madera school districts. And we need to encourage incorporating those families to participate in town-related things, even though they're not part of the school community that attends here in our town. Thanks.
Would any member of the public like to be heard on this issue? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the council. Would anybody have discussion, or would somebody like to make a motion? Thank you, Mario, by the way.
Thank you.
Wait, oh, no, it's got a motion. Hopefully, right? In case somebody has a question.
Nobody else wants to make a motion? Well, I was a little put off by the 4,500 in professional services, but.
Oh, I have one question. I'm sorry before you, Mario. At the Centennial weekend, there was grousing by many of the artists who had displayed their work that because of the wind conditions, it was terrible for them. My unsolicited. Was it 4th of July?
4th of July.
4th of July. When was the super windy? Was it 4th?
4th of July.
There was two, Sunday of the Centennial weekend and then
That's
4th of July.
The Sunday of the Centennial weekend.
But there was no
They didn't have any artists.
There was no artists on that day.
no
That was the softball game.
I must be conflating it with something.
Fourth of July.
But all I'm saying is it possible to do something so that, I mean, God forbid we have 50 artists from all over Northern California and then it's outdoors, but I suppose this is something that Parks and Rec will figure out.
Right, correct.
Okay. Sorry. it's not really-
All right, since you asked a question, I'm going to ask a question. Is it really $4,500 for curator professional services?
That's divided amongst three of the three artists, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit more about these people that are putting it on?
Sure. It would certainly be under the direction of the Park and Rec Department. It's not something that we're having them do the whole thing. I mean, the idea is that they're familiar with the artist contacts and how to reach out to them, the different advertising venues and the type of language that would encourage artists to want to participate in the event. Because tapping into the different very specific groups that Marin Open Studios, for example, and the local artists, there's a lot of different small groups that could be approached in a way that that they're familiar with because they have these contacts. So the professional services are ranging from doing the PR and prepping the literature the applications, the open call, and for example, the legwork that they've done up to this point, and then selecting the work as a group, which we are hoping to include a member of the Centennial Committee as part of that group in choosing the different pieces of work, to actually doing the installation and execution of the different shows that we are able to put on in the community center and in the park.
I mean, is it going to just be like an art show like that when they used to have more people turn out for the 4th of July art show? Or?
No. The intention is to really have different mediums of art, painting, photography, perhaps music, performance pieces, installations, sculptures that would be, we'd be using all different pieces of the park, the community center around town, Cafe Verde, the Town Park Plaza, and we'd be having the town as a canvas, so to speak, for that particular weekend, where there'd be different pieces in different places.
Oh, so the different pieces of art will be dispersed throughout the town?
Right.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the concentration would certainly be in Town Park and in the community center, but as we judge those pieces that are able to be put in other places, that's what we'd be looking at doing.
You have fireworks with it?
Another question. Did the Centennial Committee voice an opinion on this?
Yes, I went to the Centennial Committee, I'd like to say 2 meetings ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, maybe less than that, and proposed the idea to them, and with the explicit understanding that we were staying very far away from Oktoberfest and not wanting to conflict directly with them, that they would support it as a Centennial activity once we got approval if we got approval for the event.
All right.
Okay. Anybody else from the public? Just because we asked more questions, okay? Anything else from council?
Yeah, I would say, I'm concerned that we don't have the population that would support an art program like this, a weekend art show. I mean, this is something that they could do in San Francisco and people would love it and you'd get enough people in attendance. That being said, I do love the idea, so I will move to approve the Art Weekend Centennial event.
I'll second that.
But you better publicize it really well.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert.
Oh, yes.
Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Would anybody have comments about item 7, Roman numeral 9? Thank you, Mario. The agenda, draft agenda for August 2nd.
Well, we're going to have to add the,
Oh, yes.
Can we
Sorry.
aggregate all the council reports and everything for the next meeting, or is it something?
We should do the consent calendar, why not, right?
The consent calendar for sure.
Yeah.
but-
We will put off our, I think our,
Yeah.
But you know what's one thing, by the way, I noticed on the agenda, one of the items on there is continuing the date of the election. This is an issue that I had really wanted to address, but I'm not going to be at that meeting. So if you want to move that one, that would be a good one to move.
Put it off.
The short-term rentals, I mean, I really want the council to consider that as well, but I don't think I need to be there for that, but I would like to be if it's available. But I would rather have the council go about its business regardless of whether or not I happen to be there. Okay. So the only one I would say let's put off the election thing, one meeting, or until the next time I'm there, if you guys don't mind.
And the finance guys will be here for.
Hopefully, the finance guy's gotta go in. I felt badly about that, that's so important,
We
but,
should probably just move both of those items.
okay.
2.
August 16th.
Should we do the minutes next time?
I may not be.
What's that? We will do the consent, we're still talking about the agenda.
And possibly moving the short-term rentals and the changing the hours.
Why, what's the matter with that? Oh, because you wanted to kill one of the meetings.
Yeah, well, it's just gonna be hard for Rebecca. I mean, if she's willing to have it, that's fine.
Oh, why, what's going on?
This upstairs can be torn apart,
That's fine.
so.
The long-term financial plan discussion presentation, and several sanitary district items.
Can they be?
I don't mind skipping the second meeting in August and putting stuff off till September.
When did we go, what are we doing? It's like we're talking things to death.
Well, that's on me, Michael, because I'm not as efficient as I ought to be.
Well, okay. This is like 11:30, dude.
Right.
This is like crazy.
I'd like to suggest that we put the financial people first on the agenda.
First, agreed.
So that they can
Come in,
do
go
their
home.
presentation
Agreed.
first and go home.
And that will be for August 2nd, right?
Yeah, for the second.
Sloan, you won't be here?
I won't, but I trust you guys to do the right thing, so I'm good.
You can watch us.
Can I?
Yeah, live stream.
You can call in too.
Awesome. I'm gonna text stuff. See?
Rank and text. I'd love to see what you have to say.
All right.
Have your
very good.
daughter text us.
Would anybody like to make anything about the minutes? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion?
Can we just, do you want to put the minutes off or do?
Oh, yeah, let's put the minutes off. All the better? Okay.
Consent calendar.
Well, no, wait, let's put off also town manager and council reports unless there's something urgent. Okay. So finally, the consent calendar.
Oh.
Hang on. Would
wait a minute,
anybody
wait a
from
minute.
like to remove an item from the consent calendar? Yes, go ahead.
Oh, Patty, just to remind everybody that July 23rd, Rotarians will fix any small projects. You got that?
That's been announced this morning.
And if anybody knows anybody 90 or over, to please give either me or Patty Stollier their contact names, because as part of the Centennial festivities, we will be honoring all the nonagenarians and centenarians on Sunday, August 28th. So please, if you know anybody, just let us know so we can get the invitation out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Move to approve.
Wait. No, before you guys do that, does anybody like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Any member of the public?
Oh, we're back at the
Okay. Now to the thing.
Move to approve 5-1 through 5-7.
Second.
Yes.
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 Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes. All right. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.